was standing by the bank of the sand, where the cold grey waters glistened in the early morning light. Made a match to your cigarette, watch the smoke curl in the mist. Your eyes, the ocean. In a world so cold and lonely, in a faraway place, the sun burned cold upon my face. The cracks on the ceiling fell down, turned to the wall through the sheets. I felt, I tried to sleep, dream my way back to you again. Oh, count the days, slowly passing by. Jump on, please, fly away. Oh, I see there the cornflakes fly on a cold and distant morning. Oh, count the days, slowly passing by. Jump on, please, fly away. Oh, I see there the cornflakes fly on a cold and misty morning. blade on the Sunday, everywhere's about. It's around, it's around. Terry's over his fight. My mouth lies the record, but I'm not able to write. It's time I feel right is when I'm Jesus all made a picture of the rebels at my feet. It's so long. It's so long. Oh, it's so long. It's so long. It almost breaks my heart when I face the feet. I'm told that I'm coming back with beautiful. Oh, it's so long. It's so long. Oh, it's so long. I dreamed I heard I dreamed I saw white horses on the road. give thee all, I can no more, worthy of free. My heart and all the store that I can give to thee. A lute's gentle song reveals the soul of the world, and beg for a heart that feels much more than lute. Love and song may fail the last, keep life's clouds away. At least we'll make them light and pass wherever they stay. And even if care at moments split, discord or rise up and stray, all that love but gently touch the strings will always feel. All that love but gently touch the strings will Greetings, friends. How you doing? Hope everybody's good and okay. Yes, let love but gently touch. My guitar was a little bit out of tune, sort of fine tuning a little bit more. So in a way, this is well, I'm not going to say more of a help than a hindrance, but not so good at fine tuning. At least I find it anyway. But yeah, how you doing? I hope well. Yeah, we hope all is well, and I hope the music came through okay. First of all, I decided to stand up for the second one. First song, I sang it before, but I said I'd give it a go to harmonica as well and open the show with it. Misty Morning, Albert Bridge. I noticed the MM there, which is the 33. So that's a song by the Pogues. They don't do quite the same version as I do. I think the version I do is very good actually, and well, you know, just in terms of the structure and also in relation to the original song by the Pogues and Shane MacGowan, who are an Irish band. If you haven't heard of them, I'm sure you have. It's Christmas time. The fairy tale of New York is is everywhere. So yeah, the first song, I hope it came across okay. I sort of set a little bit back, more back, and turned the volume down a little. Once again, sort of used to singing out loud, so they're bringing down in the volume. Yeah, came across okay. I can sing it any time, but yeah, the second song, you know, the great. That's the way I sing as well. Sort of my little twist to it, which is I thought it was a famous traditional ballad actually, but it's not. It's a recent song by someone. Let's see. I think it was Ralph McTell, another Irish contributor. Let me just check that for certain because I was just talking to someone about that the other day. Hang on, let me just type that. Yeah, Ralph McTell. So I don't know much about him now, but I always associate that with a traditional song. But the more I think about it, it's ultimately about you know, experiences on the building sites in English, the navvies, the Irish navvies. So when England was being built up, the UK was being built up. Well, where did they go for the labour? Same place they always go to. The Chinese, in a sense, and the Irish. But yeah, that song is sort of related to that more than anything else. But yeah, but excellent song, very good song. And well, I'm sure anyone who's been on the building site, well, it's sort of changed now. Until that's back in my grandfather on my mother's side. So that's her father. Yeah, he spent many years on the building sites in England. I worked on the building sites in England myself, and yeah, well, sure, we all have our own experiences. And yeah, we're talking about racism. Just judging someone outright just because they're from a certain place, but shit happens. And the way I dealt with it was I fought a few people, but others, what's it to me like? Any argument that got going, then they'd soon see I was no fool, and well, everyone else obviously found out I was no fool. So that's okay with me, and it was always okay with me. But if people are going to treat you as a fool, what are you going to do? Talk your way out of it? I'm not a fool, believe me. The minute you say anything in a different accent, especially an Irish accent, well, you're just laughed at. So it's like talking to people about flat earth. The minute I have a great story about today. I actually picked up the microphone from the Corona crowd inside the Limerick. Oh man, everything is controlled. Every single thing is controlled, friends. Everything. This whole arena, public and private, and internet. This conduit, I guess. It's the internet for a reason. What do nets do? They're a catch-all, right? And everyone was suddenly, if everything was to go down this instant, I think this is why they changed digital also with the 5G as well. Everyone's reliant on all this free Wi-Fi. If everything was to go down in an instant, perhaps you'd lose everything. And, well, what would you do then? What would you do then? Or what would we do then? Um, if everything was to go down, though, then everything would become different. So there'd be a different scenario in place. Then we'd find out what we do. I never stocked up and stuff. I never worried about stuff like that because if worse was to come to worse anyway, we'd all be in the same boat. And then you'd see cooperation as opposed to, well, dissension. But look, it's all of it is orchestrated to the very top levels. Where is it leading? Where is it going? It's up to you to decide as an individual. If you've been in this arena long enough, I'm thinking of casting your heart this way, trying to find out what's going on. Where is it all coming? Well, then you yourself to answer to. In a way, I say that the clues are always there for us. So they've been there ever since the start. We just didn't recognize them, or we cast them aside, or we left them behind based on what greater awareness as we went from childhood into realizing teenagehood, adulthood, etc. Yeah, well, coming to flat Earth, everything changes again. Everything reverts in a sense. So, where do you find yourself? If you're stuck on flat Earth all these years later, well, it's a degree, isn't it? I have a degree. It actually took me 5 years to do a degree. It didn't take me anything in a sense, but it was usually 4 years. But back at the time, my heart wasn't in the course in a sense. But back at the time, you couldn't just repeat during, let's say, the summer or the Easter. You had to do another year. So it is what it was. And yeah, but that's 5 years. That's a degree, and that's a long time. It's longer than I've. Oh yeah, just about as long as this is the last time I've seen my son as well. So I don't gauge the two. And one is worthless in a sense. The other is not the opposite of worthless, priceless. And I don't need to tell you which is which. Well, I don't mean worthless in a sense. All knowledge is good, right? All continued learning is good, and sometimes by I guess the negation, what isn't said, what isn't talked about, when there would be ever need to talk about it, that you learn more. So yeah, again, it depends on where you're at, what sort of questions you're asking at this very, very, very late, I would say very, very late stage in the game. The 19th of the 12th today, 2020. I don't pay attention to any of, just to say, look, I don't pay any more than what's going on in the news. Don't pay any attention to the flat Earth arena in a sense. The only places I go to Nathan Oakley's chat and everything that they talk about on the show is, just go back at 100, 200, 300, 500 shows and you have the same core elements being talked about over and over again with sort of repeated passion and in a sort of a cooperative manner as well. People are running things, people are controlling the schedule, and people are running things by a central sort of organizing core committee who are Quantum Eraser, Adam Meakin, which is a professional face to Flat Earth. Anthony Riley is another one, setting the agenda. All these people part of the Patokli crew. We think about the arena that we're in, and we think about all of the main characters being put in place. If you disagree with me on anyone, and I know it doesn't matter to me who listens. At the end of the day, maybe my son is still listening to this, and well, it doesn't matter about the rest. But if you know anything about the arena that we're in, and you disagree with what I say, they will name an honest contributor who's been there. Now, I know there are a few. I don't say all of them, but the more public the name, if you want, and the more sort of time has been sort of put in as a foundation, well, then the more views, and that's fair enough as well. When we think of new characters coming into, and new faces coming into, considering Flat Earth, I mentioned Flat Earth a few times today as I tell you the story on sort of, but to me it just confirmed that everything is fucking controlled. It's controlled opposition. The lads were walking along the streets and just, fair enough. They have a message that Corona is a hoax, and they've been twisting all the figures, but we know this. But when it comes to their ultimate motivations, they're a traveling troupe. They're the same crowd that were here a few months ago, and I actually got to talk to them, and I actually got to take the microphone. They were reluctant to give it to me, but I'll tell you about that. It didn't last long. There was a switching off of the power to the microphone, but coming away from that, and not to dwell on that as well. The whole thing was controlled, even down to the local level. Now, what is the greater outcome? What is greater destination in all of this? Again, can I say as ever, was coming from my own particular aspect, and my own particular aspect doesn't seem to be shared by so many people, but I don't fool myself into thinking that I'm coming up with anything new, really. The truth is known as far as I'm concerned. So this greater game we call life, series of clues laid out for us to get us towards the greater truth that was always within our grasp, our ability to grasp, because that's the way it's written. What all of this entails, I don't know. So we were talking to ladies today. D, what's her name? Funny enough, D. Just the capital D itself. Capital D and join the reverse D, capital D, God and devil. Well, then you get the circle and the one. Ultimately, the I and the O. So, what's the relationship between these two? And if I talk about that now, I'll get sort of stuck without even getting to anything. I should get the music out of the way first of all. But I'll talk about that a bit later. How everything is ultimately controlled, and you're on your own on this one. Just like always, you've been on your own from the outset. Unless I'm very much mistaken and extending beyond myself, sort of core realizations within myself that don't apply to others. I don't think so. We are in this divided state, and we are in this divided earth. So everything that we come to realize and consider, we've been led that way. We're in the matrix in that great sense that everything is pre-scripted. Everything is there to to be revealed. It's the nature of this. And what's beyond that? I don't know. 48 years I can vouch for, and as the years go. I thought a very interesting one as well was soil, the basis of our subsistence or existence, the basis of our core, in a sense, from the dust and ashes we came from, and dust and ashes we go to. Dust of what? Soil. What is the soil? I say it's a decayed form of the original crystalline, and well, that's the tree of life, Aristarchus. So everything Aristarchus is all encompassing. But soil itself, what's in the word? S-O-I-L. So S-O and then I-L, S-O-L. So I-Sol, I-Sun. So soil and sun are connected. Well, how is that so? My brain, my what do you call it? Position, my stance, I guess. Aristarchus, we live on the surface of Aristarchus. It's a fractal reality. Remember, we are immaterial, having a material experience. To be or not to be, that says so much for it to be. And when you join the two, this is what the butterfly symbolism is about, and the one-eye symbolism. It's not weirdness. It's not like satanic nonsense like that. No, no. It's getting at the greater truths and the greater um, expression of our truth, and that's our reality and our place within it. The way I see it. But yeah, to be or not to be. And the one-eye symbolism, it's all pointing at the same thing, the divided state of us. So here I am having this adventure, which for me, as the story goes, 422 years old. I can vouch for 48 years, even back to the very start, and I remember everything. Almost. I had an encounter with the devil, but I mean, I say that sort of glibly because I told the story before. So if anyone's out there, but I knew it, he's a Satan's plant. Well, no, when I was very young and was put down to sleep in a certain room, looking across, I know later on what happened, or once I sort of realized, but I came to the realization myself, which is very important. And I was thinking, I hope I don't have to go to sleep or late now, because when I go in early, it's grand. There's no sign of the devil. In my brain, it was the devil. And well, when I went to put down to late sleep or whatever, it was getting even time, or maybe the winter was coming in. I wasn't aware of any of this sort of stuff. It got darker earlier. Yeah, I was put into sleep, and looking out the window, I noticed that the devil was there. The devil was there. I wasn't quite sure about gates. I didn't know anything about gates. It later turns out that it was a fucking coal yard or something, not a coal yard, something like that anyway. And during the daytime, the gates would be open. And if I was laid down, I would just see nothing. And then when it was nighttime, the gates were closed, and there was all these ornate designs on the top. And suddenly, it was like, for all the world, the devil, the childish representation of the devil. But I remember coming to terms with it at the time. I went through all the different stages, and I must have been one and a half, two. Can't be much older than that. But yeah, ultimately came to the conclusion, because it was happening so regularly, and I was so on edge most of the time, that the devil is nothing to be afraid of. So I think that was poignant. Because I think exactly the same now. Well, in a way, there are some horrors in this world, of course. But when I think about the experience we're having, I also think about God and the devil, God creating everything, the omnipotent, omniscient, etc., everything, the Almighty. Well, all eventualities would have been catered for, and He must have created the death, just like I'm created, just like everything is created. As I say, eventualities must come into the devil. God knew exactly what the devil was going to do, because He created it to be the case. But this is where, you get to the other layers, and so we look at the letters chosen to represent these ideas and these notions. Once we do away with all of the well, you can't do away with everything. You have to base your story, your words, your sounds off something. But we understand that there's a literal layer, and then there's a beyond literal layer. And that beyond literal layer brings it all back to you then, and your place within the superstructure, I guess. And well, as I say, 422 years. It's mad, isn't it? Have you ever heard anyone being so specific about the year zero, year one? Funny enough, in the Matrix, the first city, I don't know if you know the backstory of the Matrix. I'm sort of learning it as well. Some very interesting information coming out. The truth is in all the movies contain the truth. So fact is fiction, fiction fact. Science is all a lie, or more appropriately metaphor. It's built on the truth, like the lie is. And here we are in the midst of light, of light. But yeah, the first city that the machines built after the Earth was destroyed during the war, not the Earth, the sky was destroyed. The humans were supposed to have destroyed the sky in order to cut off the power supply to the machines so they could stop their hold. And well, it backfired in a sense, because the machines only branched out in terms of imaginative power and started using the humans as batteries, or as the story goes. But that's not quite the whole story. There's always different layers in all of this. But yeah, all very interesting. And how within these offerings, there's greater truth as applied to us, encoded within them. And you don't have to go much further than the names themselves. Neo being an anagram of one, Trinity, which is the 3 and the 1 and the 1 and the 3, etc. But not to branch off in that way. Yeah, I'm not talking about, but yeah, see how I can talk. See how I can talk. I haven't even talked about anything. Let me put my head back on here. Yeah. Let me wet my whistle first of all. So cheers. Let me finish up with the song. Well, the last song, well, the second song, Clear to Hear, right? So the last song, My Heart was fantastic, and it's still revealing stuff to me. I knew it was going to continue to reveal stuff, and I didn't quite realize that. I haven't even listened to it. That well, that's already well. To get to the bones of that story, that song, it's mentioned in Alice in Wonderland, which is where I got it from, and it turns out that it was a poem. My heart with many other names attributed to it, but it led back to someone, Thomas More. So Thomas More, a famous English playwright, he's the author of Utopia. I think all of these little, it's all the script, so all of these little attachments were purposeful. Thomas More never existed. Henry VIII was supposed to have beheaded Thomas More. Interesting now, Henry VIII never existed for me. H8. So we have H8 or 88 if you want. 2020 is 88. 2000 hours is 8 o'clock. Funny enough, 20th of December 2020 from April 20th, 2020, which is what I say, I'm still with that. It marked the beginning of the new era, so day 0, day 1. It's 8 months exactly, which is it's also 244 days. 244 is 88, and funny enough, COVID-19 in Dodo, right, code Dodo, sums to 44. 44, so another coincidence, 44 is 8, and there's a divided state of us. So divide 88 by 2, you get 44. Listen, 88, how does 88 connect? Well, in my brain, we are made from female, and a self from self. The left brain controls the right side, and it's twisting, fashioning around, right? So in order to reconnect everything, we're connecting the division with the self, which is the S and the S. So David Weiss, David We ISS, or the ISS in the sky, right? So yeah, you're getting two S's connected, and well, that gives you an 8, right? Tell me why it doesn't. So that's 1. So that's because we're in a divided state. Male and female together, same applies to the female, and then it's the unification of the two, bringing the two together, gives 8, 8. And 8, 8 back to the future as well. Well, I wonder what the past holds, or held, or will hold. But, yeah, my heart and the song itself, or the poem itself, so very significant, and yeah, it's still revealing stuff. And I knew the clouds would be very significant. The clouds indeed are mentioned in there. The clouds are significant. Ever wonder how the clouds stay in place? That's not. I've talked about it. Repeating cloud patterns. Pillars of creation is found in clouds. There are loads of pictures there, and it's just it's a matter of coming to recognize it. And I think, recognizing it, then you have to try and explain it somewhat. And of course, you're a flat earther and closed flat earther as well. Is there a pervading energy? Is everything reacting within an energized system? Water is always flat and level, you tell me? Well, how do clouds stay in place? It's bucketing down today. I got drowned and come home. But how do the clouds stay in place? And by the way, there's a different aspect to the rain. I've noticed it over the last few months, right? Or maybe the last month and a half as well. There's a translucency to it. There's a sort of a vibrancy to the rain. It's a sort of glimmering, flickering, something different about it anyway. And for me, it ties in with this consistent, I'll see it in a second. See if the green sky is there, but it's consistent now. It's an every night occurrence. You can't see it during the day really because there's no contrast, but at night time, you should be seeing it everywhere, like repeating cloud patterns in the local sky. In case you're laughing at me as well, I posted a picture. Here, I'll post it again. I don't want to mess too much now with. I should close a load of links. But anyway, I posted this picture to somebody, and I made loads of, scoffing. There's just flat earthers as well, and no bigger scoffer than the likes of Ranty, little snake. Well, that's the character he plays, is all I can say. But just little snake, snidey, and at the end of the day, then to stab you in the back, and insult you, don't give you a chance to defend yourself. But I always expected I was open about understanding that these characters are put in place. His row with Nathan, or the break with Nathan, that's only all fake. It's all illusion. It's all parts of the script, right? Maybe always see through it. But once again, I know well that I don't go to the channels anymore. I don't get involved with any of those what do you call it? Characters, actors. Brandon Toy made it on with Alex Jones. They don't like my questions, and that's fair enough. I've dealt with that for years from both sides, from everybody. No one's touched the mirrored water layer. Well, a few people have, but they're pushed off to the side then. But mirrored water layer over an extended span kills the globe, right? And also makes great strides towards explaining what's actually happening in terms of sunrise, sunset, moonrise, stars, etc. Starrise, sunset. But my heart and mood, yeah. So I knew there's more gems in there yet. And as it ultimately realization lead to utopia, which is Thomas More wrote. Funny enough, I was singing to the outside Brown Thomas, and I've been talking for the longest times about the significance of the TH behemoth. Remember the behemoth? Still hold to that. I don't do these exercises anymore, really, but I still hold to that, and it's all about frequency, vibration, and I guess awareness, realization that there is a connection between our greater being and the external reality. And once again, for me, in this divided and broken state, 422 years this year. 422 is 88 as well. Why do I say 422? So what the story of the dodo tells. When it was discovered, it turns out that the dodo represents, in a rough form, the layout of the land as it juts above the invading waters. Well, that the dodo didn't exist. So written into that story is, the story itself. His story, your story, my story. My story, Miss Tree. Miss Tree. Miss Tree, yeah. That's a good one. 3-3. 3-3 is tree. Divided tree. Well, it's all about reunification. I say that's what the green hue to the sky is the barrier has been reinflated. So when the tree was cut, felled, like it fell or I fell, the collapse of this energized barrier, inundation of waters on all sides, I guess, and a changing face of the land. I wasn't around then, so I'm going to go by the story, which stems from the dodo, and ultimately stems from coming to flat Earth, right? And understanding that, well, hang on, and what's the first thing that was presented to us? The Gleason's map, with Australia at the top. See how it's a game of clues? Has to be. But I knew none of the actors could touch the dodo. None of the actors can say Aristarchus. Well, Nathan Oakley has said it a few times. I can't dwell in it, though. I can't dwell in it. When I remind Nathan that Antonio Subarat was the top man in the flat Earth arena, and his name backwards is Starchus. He's silent when I mention that. And he with his controversial association with none other than Miss Flat Earth, Patricia Steere. In the annals of history, Patricia Steere will be famous, right, as Mark Sargent will, or the more recognizable faces, the more promoted faces, at that time in the past. What was that? 2015. But that poem itself was going to keep revealing. I know I should play it more actually, and sort of recite it more to myself. But understanding everything's connected, and yeah, the Thomas More lead that comes from Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is where we find it though. We're in chapter 3, looking for dry land, following Alice's tears. Alice in Wonderland, all of us in Underland, or all ice in Underland. Um, yeah, we're on the other side of the tunnel. I think the other side, which is below us, which just orientation, like we're on the underside, is intact. So who knows what that entails? You think Avatar with the massive giant tree, but thousands of miles high. Who knows, right? Who knows? But with our differing abilities, then we've got wings. You can cover many hundred. You know, who knows what you can do? Miraculous abilities you're given. If you're created, I guess you can be created with every power conceivable. And yeah, remember, we're always basing everything on our sort of acceptance, or lingering acceptance still of what science has told us. Science is corrupted. Science is corrupted from the very outset. Of course it is. It has to be. It has to be because, well, this is a different game when you don't realize it. So actually, I have to going back that it was a song, a famous song as well. I give thee all I can no more, or My Heart in Mood, but I don't think I heard the sort of the official version of the song. So my take on it is independent of that anyway. And well, I'm absolutely coming at this from a different angle. I'm not going to say it than any of these people are, because I think flat Earth is an open secret, right? Absolutely, it has to be. It has to be, and especially in these Corona flatten the curve times, you know, because everything is sort of scripted out, being played out. So once again, you know, all coming back to you and where you are within all of this. How much sense can you make of it? Because ultimately, there's no one to share it with. So if you had the whole truth, first of all, you'd be able to express it, and then, you know, would the ears that you're expressing it to care? Would they relate to it? Because the only thing that makes sense is that, well, there's greater ears in play. The story is pre-written, and yeah, in a sense, I haven't gone further with lots of this. I could write loads of books on all of this, just piecing it all together, and it'd be really, really significant findings. You know, unique finding in a sense. First of all, you have to come to flat Earth, understand? So you're automatically in a tiny diminishing percentage who can put these pieces together, and then, well, it's beyond that. Ultimately, all roads that led me to Aristarchus, but on my own, that's okay. Okay, so I'll say hello anyway, and I don't have any particular topic to talk about, really, so I'll just chat away. I'll say hello in the chat. Are you doing mute? Excuse me, an old veteran of the scene. Windhammer, how you doing? You can see about Windhammer says, what happened to that Scottish guy that was in Tiny Cabin? Is he still doing bids? Oh, you're talking about Dell. All right, so Windhammer is as if you didn't know his name was Dell from Beyond the Imagining Curve. I don't know, actually. I don't tune into. Honestly, I haven't seen anything or even looked in ages now. I say months and months, even a year beyond that. So I think he's still around. And as far as I know, Jose Gonzalez is probably still doing his thing, probably as popular as ever. Randy's doing his thing, but I have no idea. I just tuned out completely. The only place I go to now, IPS is closed. So, but he's not closed. The Blame Radio, they're preparing for the Flat Earth Conference 2020. Oh, yeah. What's that, Pete? Well, you never heard of that? No. Well, I mean, with all the promotion and everything, you know, because we're all in this together, one tight knit family, right? Everyone else promoted IPS when he came into the scene with his I Am Mark Sargent, but yeah, here he is with his 2020 Flat Earth Conference. It's a virtual conference, so it's over the airwaves here, and I think it's going on from the 20th to 21st. And I was actually talking to Tim the other evening on his Discord. and I think the dates are picked very specifically as well, and yeah, no promotion whatsoever. What's going on? What's going on? I guess go fucking help yourself. Go do your own digging. Isn't it funny that there was no promotion for a 2020 Flat Earth conference from all of the usual crews, the Robbie Davidsons, all that. Brian, what's his name? Brian. Oh, what's his name? Remember the engineer who came in, Brian, the soft-spoken engineer with the fairy story, turned sort of horror story. But what's his name? Anyway, he's part and parcel of the organization of the Flat Earth conferences. But no sign of them this year. It's as if they knew something. Radiohead also planned no conference, no what do you call it, tours for this year, or no concerts for this year. Funny enough, I wonder who else. Once again, it's an open secret, and I wonder what they know. I wonder who we're dealing with here. I don't know who we're dealing with. I don't know how many species. You could be dealing with reptilians. You could be dealing with angels, transgender. People who haven't, players in the game, the hidden hand. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But yeah, Plain Truth is here. Plain Truth, Plain Truth hates the what do you call it? Mirrored water layer. Anything but the mirrored water layer. But you were wrong immediately, Plain Truth, when I asked you about reflections and the length of reflection. When the reflection in the water over distance reflect the same height or the same dimension as the target itself. So in other words, if you're looking at a 90-meter, what do you call it, lighthouse, well, that reflection you see, if you measure it, equate to 90 meters along the water or whatever, along, whatever, however you gauge it. And you said roughly, yes, that is the case. Well, you couldn't be further from the truth. But, we know what part of where your loyalties lie, I guess. I mean, you've sort of known it from the start. I think you are that BMSL. I think you are, unless there's video evidence now, and he could still be an actor, but it's very suspicious that there's that association and how that image gave us the Black Swan as well. But that you're so closed off to obvious explanations, which is the mirrored water layer over an extended surface. Told the early doors that you're not open-minded to considering all aspects here. And then he came in with Professor Ether Band Boy, just as a ridicule as well, as a sort of a mockery towards ether, or the idea of ether. It's like, it's all tactics, of course, isn't it? Ether takes on a vital aspect when we come to an enclosed flat Earth reality. Absolutely vital. And you can't just brush it off like that because, well, it's an intricate part of functionality, and without it, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be vibrating. Unless you want to say that this life force, this life energy, this ability to vibrate, is intricate or intrinsic within us or within matter. Or do you say the spirit, the intangible spirit within, gives it this energizing? You're in difficulty. The ether from above. Ether is the reactionary force to the actionary force holding back the waters beyond. The energized barrier, because we're in a broken system, though. It was never meant for us. All of this was taken up by the giant trees of the giant tree Aristarchus along the desert areas, especially. And when the trees were removed, it collapsed the barrier, and this reactionary force then, which is gravity, space-time. The curvature bending of space-time, it's a metaphor. When we ask about what space is or what time is, of course, we have to look at space in a different context. Coming away from empty space as given. It's the opposite of empty space. Cold, heavy waters. That's the best I can do. Heavy water beyond. Like a womb in a sense. It was like an egg. Like an 8-ball inside, eyeball Earth inside waters in every direction. Because I'm not material only. Well, it's okay because this is all part of the greater construct then for me. Could be wrong. I've entertained the possibility, well, okay, I'm just an egg here. Well, on Earth, what if there's millions and millions of different eggs around and we were invaded by the nearest egg and, and their God, and we're now in a destroyed system. I entertain all of that. But because there's a greater thread in play, leading, which led inexorably to one thing, which is Aristarchus, old Clues there. Well, that tells me a different story, isn't there? Or told me long ago different stories in place. So I prefer to think about all of this as a construct and an exercise, if you want, an experiencing division, male torn from female, self from self, reflecting the greater division of Earth, with the tree intact on top, if you want, or below, whatever, and divided at the side we're on. And the side we're on, the area we're under, is like collapsed like into an eye. It's like an umbrella. I think that's what all the umbrella symbolism as well. So you have the umbrella point at one at the top, and then it curves out like this, right? So we are under the outer barrier, which is oval, stretched out in oval. It's like a collapsed bubble of certain dimension. This is where the longitudinal and latitudinal clues come into it. But yeah, the highest point along the outer barrier is at the equator, equatorial points. Then it contours to north, to low, north, and south. Southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. Look at my brain here. I think 2.8. I should have mentioned that in last time. And I was going to show me your fucking head. You say it's around my head. If there's a point, if it looks like it's coming to a point, I can't do anything about that. If I'm an alien, I can't remember anything about that anyway. But look, we're all weird. The more everything is weird. Everything is weird. You ever with a partner in bed or something and just looking at each other, and just your eyes playing tricks on you before you know it, you're sleeping next to a witch or she's sleeping next to a fucking demon. Yeah. Oh, I have a great story to tell you about exactly that. The guy who he never did it before with anyone. Liam was his name. Lovely man. Got on great, like brilliant. They thought it was great as well. But I said, Liam, don't be doing this now, because I knew your eyes played tricks on me. And yeah, so we did it anyway, and we kept staring at one another, and just like, oh, it was in a bar, it was in a pub, like it was just an exercise more than anything else. And I did warn him at the beginning, and before he knew it, then it was like about 2 minutes, and none of us was sort of giving up, but he shook out of it then, and his whole demeanor towards me changed, honest to God, and now he wanted nothing to do with me because he saw the devil. That's what he said. And I was going, Liam, I told you might see something like that. But you know, I probably saw the same, but I just didn't say it because I know it's to be expected, right? Our eyes play tricks. Everything plays tricks on us because we don't know how to define reality. But that was fucking hilarious. He hadn't spoken to me since. He's afraid of me now. He won't speak to me. I'm talking from, now I'm going to say good friends. I can meet him occasionally with his son. His son's great, some good player, but yeah, meet him occasionally, and we'd always have a good chat and a good, you know, what do you call it? Speak to me after that. Anyway, how did I get into that? Right, yeah. Well, it's this sort of transformative, impressionistic sort of reality. And the more you sort of consider something, well, the more it's prone to changing from an initial perspective. A great example of that, well, I was going to say an extension of that outside of the visuals, the words themselves. Say a word that you think you understand completely, and now just repeat it 10 times or as many times as you need until you suddenly won't know what the fuck you were saying. You can't understand. It's like you're babbling, you're talking gibberish because you can't understand yourself where you started, because through the repetition, you lose track, you lose sense of it. And well, you know, we are in this sensible reality, but there's a greater driving force. So yeah, I talked about the hemisphere. So we have the southern hemisphere, the northern hemisphere, just going around in the track. So you this side of the contour, outer contour barrier, you're just designated northern, and north, N or TH. N or TH. Does letter N mean? N for nature. N for nature. N is a letter of division. We're born into sin, S-I-N. It's all in relation to the H, right? So, and how that applies to the aspects, the divided aspects within ourselves. Remember, our gut, yeah, I wouldn't be far off when I say that, our gut and our brain, inversions of one another. Has to be. So the divided state is through the heart. And that's why earth, heart, ether, and grammatical. So everything above is intact, in a sense, right? Even though divided, but it's still intact, and everything below is exploded out. It's inverted. I've got inflection there. just like now I found this plectrum, but just like there's a sock monster, there's a plectrum monster. Plectrum monster. I had a bit of difficulty with the song there because I was I let my nails grow long as well, so it isn't conducive to pressing certain strings on the guitar. But yeah, Einstein was always searching for the grand unifying theory of the gut. Einstein worked from the brain only position to solve the universe in a sense. All fabrication, all storytelling. For me, well, it's this divide, right? It's this divide that needs to be recognized. And yeah, I don't think that's too hard to see. What's the inversion of your butt? Actually, maybe it is. For me, it's very easy to see the inversion of my mouth is my arsehole, my anus. Anus anagram of a sun. Here's a good one. Talking about the same thing. Stonemason, S-tone, I was thinking stonemason, S-tone, sun. But the sun is a sun anus, right? So stonemason, the S-tone is TH. We've been through that many times. It's TH. So to take the sword, which is the S word, from the stone, excuse me, is to take the S word from the S tone. The S word is, and the S tone is TH. So this is it. That's actually an answer. This is it. And Michael Jackson, who left us in a fake death, well, he left us with the "This Is It" tour. So actually answering that. That's what you get. The word "this" when you take away, when you take the sword from the S stone, which is the is from the TH. This. So you see the S sound of it. So funny enough, who took the sword from the stone? Arthur. R-T-H-U-R. So what does it mean? It's the philosopher's stone as well. So for me, it's coming to the understanding that, well, HU man, we are divided into three aspects: the immaterial, the material, which is the greater groin area, God, greater groin and gut area, G, all the G's, right? The ground, it's all purposeful, and then we have the heart center, which is the bridge between the two. And we can't just think in terms of ourselves. I think we have to think in terms of your divided half and the unity of the both, and see how and where that division occurs. So with the H, then we think of the equation with H is 8. It's very easy to see the capital H, how you can transform it to an 8. Just catch the ends and twist them together. And this is representative of, well, greater bridge divide within you. So everything pivoting around the H, and then, well, as we go upwards, then the Father, Son. Why does the Father and the Son relationship? Look at the F in relation to the H as well. You raise the bar. We're all born E, right? Whole E. We're two divided sides. We're whole E, spirit. So bring the two E together, the two spines together, and spear the crossbars so they go to the higher aspect. You get the TH, you get the F. That's why F, Father. You get the A. Right? If you go downwards, you get the V. Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve. What's that? Mother Earth. Mother, the womb. Right. So the mother is the heart of the material. And well, in human form, we are both. Right. So there's no separating the two because the two are already separated from the one. And well, you go downwards. The E's. Right. The H at the center. You bring the two sides together. Bring it down. You get the two L's. L, H-E-L-L, and that's hell, immersed in that material, the devil's realm, lived. Remember Jesus when after 40 days of fasting, and fasting is very important. When you fast, right, your system clears out, you don't defecate after a few days, your stomach acid dries up. For me, I think whatever you put into your stomach then is immediately, it makes its way through the system and goes where it possibly needs to go. And that's, getting into a different area. If the vital fluids have been cut in males, this is what the fall is about, the fallen star, the fallen S-star, which is the fluid, right? The vital fluids, which would normally be circulating around the male and the female system, right? Because everything's connected. At another point, look at how my chin fits perfectly into the hollow of my neck. The same for you. I talk about our brains. Our brains are sort of opened up, and sort of potted plant upside down. It's very, very sort of interesting as well. And that equation Paul McCartney came out with, coming up like a flower recently. So very interesting. Another. He's a dodo as well, Paul McCartney. But Michael Jackson, yeah, dodo. He faked his death, returns to 5 like dodo. But yeah, this is it tour. So again, all the clues within there, and well, as I say, Arthur, Rthur. It's in your face, isn't it? The fountain of youth, Uth. So I'm just coming to that understanding and having it in the proper context. I think this is key. That is key. So, and Morrison, anyway, yeah, see, that's what happens to Plain Truth. Van Morrison, do you want to jump on to Plain Truth? I'll post a link in chat here. I have no particular schedule because if I start talking about something, if I even want to make a presentation, which I don't bother with really, but who am I making them to? And I think in a way, I'm going to say everything anyway. There's the link in chat there. Just press the link and I'll see you in here. And if I know you, you should be okay. And if I don't even know you, you're welcome as well. If you promise, to be genuine or whatever. Adrian, how you doing, Adrian? Been thinking about pi continuously, not continuously, just not exerted effort, but of course it's at the center of everything. And as I've been thinking now, it's all about how immaterial is expressed into the material. As you look around, as everything moves in this in rotating fashion, the pivotal factors here are what it's for me, again, just for me, what's reflecting against, and the counter dimension of that. And what we are experiencing in relation to an expression of the original cause, motion, movement, whatever, source. And this is where I think pi comes into its own as well. So that sort of translation, when we think about it in terms of the mathematical certainty, this is also reminiscent of the architect who was looking in the matrix, that is, and I think the architect represents our right brain, our logical mind, this ideal mind, where you deal with high concepts of mathematics, and you have everything placed in a perfect setting. But yeah, when it comes to the left brain, and which is the oracle, the more intuitive, how would you say it? I was going to say naturally orientated, but I mean, in the Matrix, one thing you realize is humans themselves. Okay, sure, there was a war between the machines. The humans created the machines, but where did the humans come from? This I think is unsaid, but I think the usual story, the evolutionary tale, the vast swathes of time in the past is sort of automatically assumed. Herein lies the rub, so it comes down to one question: who are you playing this game? And who are you, human? But yeah. So Adrian, yeah, that's what I'm thinking these days, and yeah, I don't look for clues anymore. If something comes my way, that's okay, or if a thought occurs to me, that's okay as well. But it's definitely that interrelationship between this immaterial core. I guess I can't relate to it. We can't relate to anything outside what we experience as normality, but or what our brains can encapsulate according to information that we've been presented with up to this point. But yeah, outside of that, I think this is the greater equation that has been made as representation between the immaterial and the material, and how it's expressing our reality, which is in a spiraling fashion. When Aristarchus moves upwards, right, or downwards from the other position, I think there's a plate in the middle, just as the story goes. Right? So the plate 8 miles this high, we get 8 miles deep and no further, 8 miles the other side, which is 16, 8, and 8, and the tree is intact the other side. Massive, thousands of miles, hundreds of, maybe, who knows, limitless distances. If we think about Earth as it's laid out being the stump of Aristarchus, right? It spans thousands of miles. There's a certain relationship between the circumference of a tree and its height. So, I mean, that's the round I'm sort of thinking in terms. But yeah, when you think then in terms of the barrier above, which is for me at the outer equator, 60 miles. Maybe at the center it's higher, maybe it's lower, don't know, but it can't be much higher, 60, 70, 80 miles, or 100 miles at the center maybe. But it's, I look at a plan view down a spider body, or like an iris, like an eye, which I think is perfect as well. That sort of thing. So that sort of scale on the top we're at. And yeah, it's a different world, isn't it? Different world. So in one sense, you're very limited. And they go, what sort of is presented, and make what you will of that, in contrast to what's accepted as truth or natural or or dictated by the giants of science. I should write a song but call that the giant. I made a note of it. The giants of science. I wrote a song today. I can't even. I won't. It's not that I wrote it, but I have the bones of it. It's a chaotic song, but it's about Corona's a hoax. I was talking about these crowd going down talking about Corona being a hoax, and not really. When I got to talk to them a bit later on, I'm not really saying it's a hoax now, but the government are manipulating, and RTE, which is the national airwaves here, are all part of the greater scheme. And as they were passing by, I came up with a song, so maybe I'll do that. But it's pretty basic, but it's good. It's sort of encapsulating the basic. The basic idea. I just don't want to explain it. All right, maybe I'll do a little bit. I can remember it. Okay, I will. I wish I had my recorder in today, because I was blasting it out after they'd gone by and sort of making it up ad lib, for about 5 minutes. I broke a string then at the start. But, hello, Eva. Sorry about that. I'm not sorry about that. I'm going to take a long break soon, but I have to record this, and I could just think about the type of little captions I put up as the song was in play, and I could think about developing the song more. So I'll just give you a basic bones of it, just in case you think I'm a liar. I remember I was singing a different song, and then all the fucking traveling troupe, the circus with the Corona, started marching up the street and started singing their own slogans. So that's fair enough. So that sort of inspired me, and I sort of blasted into this just as they're walking by. I continued it on when they were gone. So I some strength into it. So at 6 o'clock actually in Limerick here, and it was dark as well. But the town was still. The town was open. Corona is fucking off for the Christmas. Corona's off for the Christmas. Every place is open. People are in restaurants and pubs now without masks, and we're back again. There'll be another lockdown now next Sunday week or something like that, or just shortly after Christmas, whatever is happening, right? So anyway. Cops don't like me. I mean, I asked the cop, yeah, what are you going to do? Two cops. I was going twos. Big burly fella as well. I was thinking to myself, fucking hell, if I had to fight him. Oh, like I was going to fight a few people. Fight it, you know. They're attacking me, and I'm just sort of trying to tell the truth and get to the truth that matters. I said to Cliff, Schrodinger's cat, SEAL Team 2 member. Remember SEAL Team 6, elite people from the American Navy. He was a SEAL Team 2 member, he says, and I've seen the images as well. So his story, I'm sure, checks out. He's definitely a naval man. I said, well, I'd fight you anytime, man. Give me about 6 months to train, though. I'd probably have to do the same for the cop. Looked over to him and said, what was going? I said this last time. What was going on? Anyway, Limerick won the cup, local GAA All Ireland hurling final, which is normally in summertime, but now we have it in December with the no crowds. So there's no one at the pitch, but they coming through town. They're all beeping and what do you call it. So anyway, I finished up busking and I went over to the cops just saw them on my way home, right? And I asked them, what are you going to do when I can't believe I'm on an hour and a half already? That's mad, isn't it? So what I'm going to do, what are you going to do when the Irish people find out that the corona is all a hoax? Whose side are you going to be on then? Oh, that's your opinion. That's your opinion now. And so it's not my opinion. It's true. I said, what are you going to do? And I said, I actually went over and introduced myself. I said, playing it dumb, I said, what's going on with all the celebrations? In my own brain, there's three possibilities. One is O.J. Simpson's just being released from prison. Two is, well, the corona hoax has been announced and everyone's celebrating. And the third one then is Limerick one, the All-Ireland. Yeah, I got a little bit pissed off because of their attitude, and he told me to. I said, "Fuck it, here or there," and they told me to watch my language. So I watch my language. But yeah, they know. I reckon they're all told something. They're all in it, and they can't question it. Or otherwise, they have to be some way anyway. Once you get to some upper level, because it's so organized, and also it's so obvious. The books, right? And there's so much word. There's so many people going around talking about it as well. So all part of the script. But yeah, that's the inspiration for the song. I get into my encounters before and after in a bit, but give it a rough blast. I sort of broke it down. The road is a so it was along those lines, but I did shitty there. It was really flowing earlier on. And well, basic core message. What are you going to do when you find out that they made a fool out of you? And then Corona, I like that bit. So Corona as a whole, so you went to hoax as well. So a whole lot of hoax. So there was certainly room for development. So let me say, well, I'm going to play a song. I have a cigarette in a second because I'm taking a little break and I'm on for an hour and a half. Doesn't matter about the time too much. I'm probably over the limit already. But once you start to hang out, they don't take away from it, so it's okay. let me get out of the way. So I was just walking in to do a bit of busking today, and there was the gathering there. So your man was talking about just pretty much one of the main streets. The number is very small, really. One of the main streets, which is the pedestrian street, and it had a big sort of squared off section. Wasn't too many people around. Cops here and there, lots of people around the perimeter, maybe 50, 40, 50, 60 people, something like that. And there was a guy with a microphone. He was just reading out statistics and talking about how obvious it is that they're faking the numbers, and even according to them and what they've released, and the veracity or the efficiency or effectiveness of the testing themselves. And it's openly admitted that 97 or 90, this is statistics your man was giving out, 97% or something like that, a very high percentage of false positives on testing. These are the numbers that they're giving out, creating the greater scare, which is cool, which is, whatever. It's obvious, it's so obvious. Anyone choosing to listen or even ask questions about corona, it's a hoax. I just ask anyone and say, do you know anyone with corona? Nobody more than ask yet, even though I was asked to leave a shop today, getting a string for my guitar, and I said fair enough, because I was already in last week, and I told him the reason, my grounds for not wearing a mask, because I thought it was a hoax. But he just told me today, well, he has to follow the policy of the shop. Fair enough, fair enough. So I just stood outside and gave him the money and got what I wanted, and said my spiel to him as well. And what else can you do? You stay there, cause trouble. Actually, I think I might do that on an orchestrated level. Just refuse to get out of a shop and see what happens. Definitely, but look, that's sort of provoking as well. Depends on what's going to happen, really, and what's going to happen is anyone's guess. I like that song, so I'm just working on it a bit more, and I certainly have a lot of images in mind, or possibly in mind, anyway, I can develop in mind to present along with a basic offering. Yeah, I remember I presented Corona before. This is what I see in the Corona flattened curve, right? So I took the microphone anyway. Your man was reluctant to let me have it, because all I was going to say, he asked me, what are you going to say? Who are you? I said, look, I'm just a little man here. I'm just going to say pretty much the same thing. Corona's a hoax, and yeah, we're all tricked. So he reluctantly gave me the mic. Anyone know him? Reluctantly gave me the microphone. So as I was saying that, yeah, Corona's a hoax, and absolutely, it just ties in with lots of other hoaxes. And well, the onus is on us as individuals to sort of come to a greater awakening. I'm a very positive bent on all of this. I do think it's about the individual coming to waking up. And in a sense, they're great. This coronation, right? That's a process royalty goes through. Remember Alice in Alice in Wonderland? I was Alice through the Looking Glass. Made her venture up the chessboard from pawn to queen. Why is My Heart's Engaged so significant? Well, because as Alice, just before Alice received her crown, she had the encounter with the White Knight, and of all, she related herself in the narrative that of all the encounters and of all the experiences she had, her experience with the White Knight, especially when he started talking, reciting his own poem, was the most memorable. And the clue, because brings us to its significance. But yeah, ultimately, that was Alice's journey. So just before she received her crown. There's a little bit more to the story in terms of the discarded chapter as well. And also, the Queen's Riddle. Did we solve the Queen's Riddle? Yes, we did. The answer was oyster, or ultimately I star. And when the Wasp and the Wig, the discarded chapter, taken into account, and especially the Channel 4 version of it, which included the discarded chapter in their offering, Aristarchus, our I star, our Oystericus, our Aristarchus, and it comes up to be the solution ultimately. But yeah, in the Channel 4 version and in the discarded chapter itself, the wasp is sitting under a tree. In the Channel 4 version, they have a massive, giant, bifurcated tree that the wasp is sitting under. So yeah, the different sort of later clues beyond, I guess, the initial realization. So yeah, everything connecting, and this chessboard. They actually asked one of them today. Do you play chess? Do you understand that this is like NASA fakery? It's sort of too obvious. A dog with a mallet up his arse can tell you that Corona is a hoax. So what's the greater game in play? Do you understand the implications? And that all governments across the earth are pertinent. But anyway, getting back to the microphone, I wasn't saying this. I was saying this afterwards, which was the later encounter. But yeah, getting back to the microphone. Then I started off about how this is all about the individual waking up to the true nature of their reality and the true nature of their position within that reality. And I started talking about the legal name fraud, how significant that is, just briefly. And then I started talking about the flat stationary surface Earth that we live on, as opposed to the fantasy that was given to us by the men of science, the giants of science. So, suddenly then the microphone, the power was switched off, and that was it. But I kept talking a bit loudly, and I'm sure of it. I was sure of it back then. These people are put in place controlled opposition. So they'll bring it to a certain point, they'll bring it to the pond that you drink, but what's beyond the other side, well, you're only that one, kid. And I talked to them afterwards as well, and they were all fucking weird. They were all weird. They were all, exactly, they were just like fucking tired actors doing the same rigmarole every day. When you got any deeper, I had a good chat to, again, this girl called Dee, but she was kind of half listening, but her mind was elsewhere, I was thinking. But she came straight back in with a religious bent to all of this, which is fair enough. We're all on our own pathway here. But they were all fucking distracted and sort of disassociated, And, well, now I'm certain of it, absolutely certain. They're circus troupe, traveling troupe. They bring truth with them, but to what purpose? And, of course, it's an age-old practice, if you want to think along those lines, of controlling both sides. The whole arena here in Flat Earth is controlled. You think it's not control? That's what I asked the question earlier on. The mind of God is in chat here. He's going to tell you that it's not, it's completely controlled. He's going to absolutely agree with you. Say all of the main characters are actors on the stage. Say you yourself are an actor, Shirag. You have to, because you're a Bible literalist. You won't go beyond that, or at least if you do go beyond that, you won't express yourself and doubt. Getting back to, well, not getting back to anything because we didn't even start in that. Some things I could talk about, but the Bible itself, the Bible is your story. The B-I-B-L-E, again, we're talking about the L-E going downwards, right? Into the material, hell, the material. If that's all it is, imagine you sold yourself short, but you were so enamored by the material, that's all you ever wanted, and then come to realize, well, hang on, much greater than the material, because the immaterial incorporates and encompasses the material, and so much greater. You just can't recognize it yet. That's the danger, right? That's the ultimate danger, and yeah, well, where do you go from there? Where do you go from there? Choice is yours, right? Choice is yours. I think at this late stage, we can't say we weren't told, we weren't given information to sort of follow and sort of piece together to come to some sort of greater understanding. But yeah, the people won't vary, and that's where the Bible literacy is so dangerous. I know, mind of God, you very, yeah. But even your choice of screen names, that's sarcastic, I'm guessing, are a little bit taking liberties at the very least, anyway. But yeah. So there's always layers, man. There's always layers, and you're at the next layer. You're at the next layer. You talk about a lot of things, but certain things then you won't entertain as much as you should do because you're still on this honest search for ultimate truth. I mentioned the TH earlier on. Truth. TRUTH. Before you. Right before you. Theology. Theo. The significance attached to the letters. The words are significant. In the beginning was the word. The words are composed of letters, so the letters themselves are more significant than what they actually represent. Letters are built around, well, the H, the O, excuse me, the H, the O, the S, the E. H, the O, the S, the E. House. H-O-U-S-E. Home. H-O-Me. Home. Right? So it's what do these letters represent in relation to your newly found context? Of course, speak for myself as a materialist. Well, it's just a collection of atoms, and once I parted, well, that was ultimately the end. Consolation. Well, uh, your energy will exist somewhere. The energy contained within your atomic makeup will exist somewhere, but you'll have no recognition or cognizance of it. Great, great, but I guess I'm not nothing. So that's something. I guess I accepted that as well. It's only by accepting nothing can you come to embrace everything, maybe. Remember, everything, symbol for infinity, the A twisted on its side, is a twisted zero. So it's only from the zero that the 8 can be counted. How do you get the 1? So we have the 0, the 8, the 1. You keep twisting the infinity. Keep twisting it out like a piece of dough or something. Keep stretching it out. Keep twisting it ever and ever and ever more. And then you ultimately end up with the 1. That's why, well, in a sense, if we think of infinity, it's an endless series of 1s. So everything reduces back to the 1 and the 0. And that intimate relationship between the two, which is, well, as we say, 4 to 2. 4 times, 3.14 to 1, to 3 significant figures. And 3.14 is, well, pi. So that's the relationship, static relationship. I try to think of a song. I haven't played in a while. I haven't played many songs. I try to think of a song to play. beers left. About 5 beers. I don't know, the beer here or there. Yeah, I'll just take a toilet break. I'll be back in a second. No, sort of sing to yourself. I have a song in mind as well, so. Quite frankly, I didn't understand. Switch off, we don't like it. Actually, Bob Dylan's a great clue giver as well. Just by accident, I sing a lot of Bob Dylan songs or that. I only found him really when I went to university at 18. From Paddy O'Reilly, a good friend. I haven't seen any of my friends in years. I can imagine what that reunit, what those reunifications may be like. I guess all the truth has to come to light. How can you have any honest relationship with anybody if, first of all, you can't talk about anything, any of this pertinent stuff, and then second of all, if we can't sort of, I guess, come to terms with some of these greater truths together, then you end up on your own. And well, I guess we were always told it was a narrow path. Which reminds me of the Gospel of Thomas. I only got through 5 of them. So when I sing this song now with the harmonica, see how that goes. I'm looking for more clues, great clues in the song Isis. Anybody? Oh, great. Isis is right, the double-edged sword. So Bob Dylan being a character on the stage, full of clues. But go to the song Isis itself and look at the literal story, all right. But then take a deeper level. Let me just go to the. I married Isis on the 5th day of May. The 5th day of May, 5-5. The two are married together. What do you get? 5 and 5 get together. You're going to say 10, right? Careful. 10 is the ultimate separation, isn't it? That's why 10 is X, separation. With unity, you get, well, theta, right? The 0 and the 1, which is ultimately the pi. So you get the 2 D's, right? 2 divided side. This is what Dodo is about, D-O-D-O. But I'm married Isis on the 5th day of May. On the 5th day of May, but I did not hang on to her. So I cut off my hair and rode straight away to an unknown country where I could not go wrong. Journey downwards. That's what I'm saying. The wild unknown country is where it exploded. The bottom half. Someone asked me the question. Oh, I wish I could rephrase it now. I'll phrase it properly. The roots are, I think he said the roots are to life as something is to death. My answer, for a little bit, a moment or two consideration, fruit. The fruits are to death. which are the unfolding of the roots. Think about that, upside down. Remember, head upside down, head. We're upside down. The head is the root out of earth, out of soil, and our limbs are flailing like a tree upwards. So everything's inverted, and we've been pulled apart from the heart, sort of down is the way I look at it. Everything above that is sort of more or less intact as is, right? And it's only with everything reconnected as well. So she's putting her head down. When I put my head down, I see the brain folding in, the eyes put inside, right? And I see the counterpart with the female, the exact same thing, being united along the central spine. And then there's reconnection, how it goes around. And remember, we're talking about the fallen tar, the fallen S-tar. So the idea being that the eggs are inversions of the sperm, you know, as when the two come together, then you have sparks. And well, because the connection is remade. And yeah, well, I mean, even considering that sort of stuff, I mean, and it's not that I don't know that people are considering this. I know that it's all of this shit is known, all of this stuff is known. But when it comes to well, venturing or talking openly about it, I guess, well, maybe this is why I have platforms like this, or maybe this is why I have a brain myself to think these things. When I do see it like that, and that, then my head is like the pod. It's like the pod, the seed on the ground, and my neck is standing out like the stem, and the arms are like the flowers. So coming up like a flower from Paul McCartney, the dodo. You see how it all sort of connects? But Isis as well. When I sing the whole song, if I do, actually, I think it'd be worthwhile if I sang the whole song because it might click with somebody. Remember I said that remember Bill Clinton talked about it. Depending on what the meaning of the word is. Well, is I-S. What does it mean, I-S? Well, my S is in sin as well. S-I-N-I-N-S. What does it represent? Divided state. So when we understand or come to consider this divided state of us, this isn't natural. It's a form of natural, a torn form. And torn in a very specific way. And we talk about Aristarchus and the umbrella. Well, it moves up and down, spring and fall. Then we have the sun moving in and out, and all of the skylights in relation to one another, changing aspect only because, well, we have primary reflections and secondary and tertiary reflections. The main sky is projected by Polaris, it's the fixity of the sky. And then we have the secondary heliocentric, which is all of the planets, the wandering stars, traveling around the sun, because the sun is the primary reflection, focal reflection of, if you want to put it like that, of Polaris, right? So yeah, the moon then has been the direct reflection of the sun. I reckon Venus is the direct reflection of the moon then, and so on and so on. The further you go out, right, in terms of the planets, the more vague it becomes in terms of what you can see. For me, it's the more zoomed in on the moon itself, or an aspect of the moon. So you're seeing a very close-up version of ultimately what is the same thing. And ultimately, what is that thing? Well, everything's projected from Polaris. Polaris itself is the primary reflection of the tree of life core. The molten core, I said, the molten watery core, molten flat earth core, Fe core, iron core, as it's emanating upwards to project the barrier, or to withhold the waters beyond. So again, we're in a broken system, and this is what we do at Christmas time. We get the cut tree and we place it on the X, right, with the dividing spot where it was divided, and then you have a redistribution of these core energies cut off. So ultimately, where these energies are hitting the barrier, that's Polaris. Everything revolves around Polaris. And yeah, that's in the inner barriers. That's the way I can picture it. The inner is sort of separate, divide between the inner, what's going on inside. You can get there through the star folds, down underneath, and go through the tree. Remember, we live in the stump of Aristarchus as it juts above this side of the water. So, yeah, all of these things sort of interconnected. So when I play songs like, let me just tune this up. When I play songs like this now again, understanding what I sort of understand now is that Bob Dylan is just like Mark Sargent, like Patricia Steere, like IPS. They're all actors, like Nathan Oakley, like Quantum Eraser. They're all actors just a different stage. That's all. That's all. Right, so I'll do this quickly as well because that's the song I want to sing. I have the other song up here, and I'll be looking at that person just for well, an update in terms of my thinking, because I know that they know the truth already. So it's like the Beatles' "Fool on the Hill." It's like George Harrison's "I look at the world and I notice it's turning while my guitar gently with every mistake. You must surely belong. Still, my guitar gently. So they knew it back then. They're part of the greater script. Understanding this greater script in play. Well, what's there to do but read it or not? So talking about reading the script. I know I played this already as well. Bible, BIP. So I'll give you, okay, I'll say a few things beforehand. So to consider as you're listening to the words and hopefully enjoying the music as well. To be or not to be. Very significant, the most important question ever. To be or not to be. So we get a B and a reverse B. What do we get? Right? Actually, what do you get? What would you get? B and reverse B. It's all there. It's all there in some form or another. But you get a certain thing, and you get the one in the center, right? You get the spine in the center. So that's the important question. That is the question. That connects with why is 666, or more specifically 616, the number of the beast. So if we think of a B with the 1, and we think of how we do, that's like 8, right? If we go from this side, 8, 1, 8. If we go from this side, it's 8, 1, 8. So you can say that that's 8, 1, 8. That's what that represents. How would we get a 616 from the 818? Remember I talked about the TH being the S stone? So when we go upwards and realize this divide and this relationship between the divide through the heart, right? So yeah, when we go upwards, we get to the T. When we go downwards, we get to the L. Likewise, with the 8, when we go upwards and we lose the lower aspect, we get the 9. When we go downwards, we get the 6, right? We lose the upper aspect. And then the 818 transfers to the 616. So I'll ask you to bear that in mind. So those two questions, the Bible. So I hold the Bible and the words of Shakespeare, everything, the Hidden Hand, is the same power. The Beatles, all the way up. Jeff Buckley is a late. As I mentioned that, Jeff Buckley. I think I might have mentioned it. I mentioned it in the chat, definitely, but I'm not sure if I mentioned it on air. Well, Jeff Buckley and Chris Cornell, friends. I don't need to go any further. That's all I need to do to know that that's true. Just I heard it, and then I knew what I knew about Jeff Buckley and his album Grace. They say there is a C-chord that David played and pleased the Lord, but you only carry goes like this. Trips on my and I listened to Chris Cornell. And I answered about him and listened to him. Just a couple of just vaguely shit researcher like. I mean, I'm just so sick of finding groundbreaking things that if you were to expose that and it was true, imagine it was true, like Barack Obama and Will Smith. Imagine that was true. Well, if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. But imagine it was true. Then it would be earth-shattering. Ask my mother, what would you do? What would you do if you found that it was true? Because everything I say, I'm crazy about, because Corona isn't real, or 9/11 never happened, or whatever. But I said, well, what would you do if that was true? Well, she couldn't answer, but she couldn't sort of put her mind into that. It's like with Corona, they can't believe that it can't be true because there's so many implications of the lie would be so big. So yeah, if it was true though, well, we can understand how it would change everything, right? It would expose everything. But there's so many different finds. Like, I'm not just talking about me. There's so many other different finds that are amazing. But and again, I'm not part of any group, and up to now, any gurus or any people that I've sort of put up there in a pedestal. You see mavericks in this the greatest of the great arenas, right? Exposing the lies on all fronts, from science to history to media to just everything, right? You know, this between Maverick and with any justice, people who look back and put these people on a pedestal. Simon Shack and Hoi Polloi, I think of especially, which is Simon Highton and Max Conradry. Now I understand that they're actors. Now I understand that they're actors, so their information is sort of compromised. But Piche isn't an actor. I'm not even Piche, that's just the name, But as the channel goes, Piche is the leader of the Sheehan family, or Shia Khan, if you want to. What designations do you want to go by? But I'm not a name or a sound or anything like that, of course. And I'm well aware of that. Peter. I say every name is very specific. My beautiful son's name is Stephen. Stephen was the first martyr. Now, not that Stephen's going to be a martyr. In a different sense. Anyway, the Stephen was the first martyr of Christ, and this is not a historical telling. This is a symbolic telling. So every word chosen and every letter chosen for every word is most significant. Stephen, Stephen. Christ is Christ. So the CH and the ST is an equivalence made. Which way does the transition have to go, right? And well, Stephen, beginning with ST. Star, you are a star. Fred Astaire. Hollywood star. So yeah, anyway, bear that in mind. So obviously we're flat earthers, but Earth isn't flat. We have to define what Earth is. The surface we live on can be said to be flat. That's about it. I think in my best imagination, outside of the north, what's going on around the north, where I think there's a giant whirlpool, and it's shit is swirling around. But outside of that, yeah, the best I can reckon is the greatest variation from horizontal or level on an Earth-wide basis is the highest variation of tides on an Earth-wide basis, which turns out to be up and around the Alaska area, and it only varies, which is a massive amount, of course, but I think it's 100 feet, 30 meters, something like that. So that's the highest variation from level, taking aside any massive storms or swells. But ultimately, yeah, a what do you call it? Yeah, there's a certain level of consistency, and that's the surface we live on. And the best way I look at it, like a tree, felled tree. Remember Ranty Flat Earth and his lumberjack story? Remember that he had an imaginary friend. He didn't like me quizzing him either, and he's some cheek to say that he not to get. I don't dwell on these things. I don't care, I don't care, but I wish things were different. But I know the arena man. But he had the cheek to say that if he came over here, would I meet him? I said, I will meet you. I don't mind. And yeah, and then he goes on to diminish me like that. He wouldn't get away with that in real life. But he'd do well not to meet me anyway, because I'd ask him a few questions and immediately, well, he'd be found out in my eyes. And it's lucky I didn't meet Mark Sargent actually. Yes, yeah, I didn't know he was up in Dublin. I would have gone up, and if I knew he was going to be there, I would have gone up, because he knows me. And yeah, immediately. Not that I need to tell him, just by a few choice questions, something's genuine, especially at this late stage in the game. But he had that cheek, and he wouldn't get away with that face to face. You know, he would. Not that I'm any tough guy or anything, but I always say, like, speaking of myself, the most bitter pill to swallow here is your own side put in place. So once you get over that, then you come to realize it's a different game to play, and this is where all the clues sort of line up. It just doesn't seem that anyone is following them. Why is no one following them? Well, because the whole arena is set up. Right, so with that in mind, also in mind, well, the divided state of Earth, the possibility, just bear in mind, and the divided state of us, male from female, self from self. So when if you want to think of it like in Adam and Eve terms, when the female was torn out, it was like pulled out in a spiraling fashion downward. So it was like one half of it was held, and the other thing was pulled up like a twister, like a twister. See, and again, going back to the core, what is moving? Everything is moving in a spiraling fashion, up and down. It's the spiral of life. Where is it emanating from? Well, the power, the core at the center, all these energies. This is what the ether is. I talked about the divided system. So the ether is the reactionary force of these core energies. Forgive my French, but you can think of it as the calm of life. Think about it, and I've mentioned it before. Go to Revelations 22. I nearly read it now, only for it will take up a good while. Revelations 22, and count the number of times that calm appears as a parting offering. So, and to the waters, you who are thirsty, though I have nothing, I'll make you glad. And be filled with the gladness I have to offer. Listen, that's a childhood hymn. What do we think the body of Christ actually is? Well, in the females, it pulls at the breasts, right? This is why from the breasts, the child is fed to give his life, sustaining, miraculous. I don't know. What are you going to call it? What are you going to call it? It's all miraculous, like in any terms that we can relate to. It's all miraculous. So yeah, in the males, then it's the testicles, right? This is where the vital fluids pull, and well, you know. So it all comes down to space X. This is what all the sexual symbolism is about. It's not just some dirty joke. No. It's reminding you what you already knew all along. So again, everything coming back to your existence, your origins, and when you say your destination is already decided, right? You're coming from your destination, and guess well, you have a chance to go back to it in this certain form, and whatever the form that is. Well, we'll be finding out pretty soon. I know I've been saying that for years. I promised my Steve the changes back in 2014. I was certain, and I promised it back in 2012, and I know where we were, December 21st, 2012. Me, Stephen, and Stephen's mom, Sarah, were in a park across the field from their house, where we were living, and just a massive play park, but it was foggy as anything. You couldn't see anything, and we were just hanging out, especially for the occasion, right? And nothing ended up happening. Even though it was normal, but it was to mark the occasion, and that was almost 8 years ago. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. 8 being very significant. And why 8 significant? Well, it's again I mentioned earlier on 8 months after 4/20/2020 was December 20, 2020, which is the eve of December 21st. That's 8 months. It's also 244 days, which is 8/8 as well. 2 times 44. If you want to look at it like that. Again, just nothing concrete here, but yeah. Why 4/20? Well, 4/12. We call it 12/4. 4/12, April 12th, 2020 was Easter Sunday. Resurrection Sunday. You take the holy bread after fasting, and Resurrection Sunday, then you're born again. But you're not just born again immediately. From the Gospel of John, we're told that it took Jesus 8 days to ascend. So in the meantime, he was showing his wounds. Maybe this is what's been happening in the meantime. The wounds are showing. 8 years later, then, well, ascension time. And we're in the midst of Corona. O Ona is the light of heaven. See O Ona, see the light of heaven. Coronation. Coronation process is for royalty, for ascension. So, here's to ascension. Ascension. Remember, son is anus. A son, anus. And, oh yeah, I was going to show an image. Let me show that image. Hang on. See, this is where I distracted again. It's because I know, oh yeah, I've got up again. Let me show you this image about the clouds. There you go. Oh, the point was, yeah, so not to get off that. But they laughed at me. People laughed at me. Flat earthers laughed at me. Ballers, of course, laughed at me. But one guy laughed at me, and next thing I heard, he was in chat, and he said, "I'll never laugh at you again, because exactly what you showed is what I saw, and it's there. It's a repeating pattern. So yeah, it's these repeating patterns that we can also come to recognize. Yeah. First of all, this is what it's about, isn't it? And recognizing this new environment and this new context for everything. And then, yeah, it's within that context we can come to some sort of a greater central explanation for everything. I was going to do it. I was going to show another. See if I can get distracted, and I don't want to overload this computer too much. Just going to bring up something else there, wasn't I? Yeah. There's the dodo. Look, the dodo earth is a general guideline, a general representation of a greater idea, a notion. But yeah, this is Gleason's map. But that, you're not. If they showed you the Gleason's map in that orientation, you go immediately. Well, hang on, hang on. That looks familiar. And now you start imagining areas like the Philippines, the Gulf of Mexico, Mediterranean, etc. Drained away of water. If we sort of thinking in terms of an inundation from above following the destruction, but then something very, very specific will jump out at you, and that's a dodo bird. And once you look into the basic story of the dodo bird, you find it never existed. But then you understand that, well, it's a different thread inlaid into all of this. But that's not the image I want to show you. So, well, yeah. Sorry, Elon Musk here. Could that be Seth MacFarlane? I went through about a half an hour presentation. I haven't touched it since. I say yes, absolutely. I say absolutely. They have the capabilities. Think about it. Think about the Hollywood style effects that they can use, and that's overt effects. So what they can do, they can absolutely print. And this is open. Go on YouTube and find out, or just have a look at some of the lifelike masks that can be sorted. This is exactly the case here, but here you have a team of people putting effort into a consistent transformational look. The best giveaway for all of this is, it's a few areas. I'm not going to get stuck on this, right? A few areas that you always need to focus on because it can change their look completely. It's around the brow here, right? So there's a strip around the brow. Also, as you come around the upper lip area on the left and right, you can see. If you zoom in, this is an excellent image as well. If you zoom in enough, what separates the artifact, and obviously they give us this massively high definition image for a reason, and more difficult to separate, but intuitively there's something not quite right. But if you can see around the lip here, and I know they're going to say, well, makeup for artists, but like we're thinking beyond that. If you look at this pattern here, look, that's another area. So they have a big, it's like a biker's mustache. So they have around here, up and around the nose here, and up to around the eye to the top, and right down the other side as well. Patricia Steer, I'm sorry about that, Patricia. Your intentions may be the very best, but you are playing a deceptive role. When you told the world you didn't ever get any plastic surgery, I believe you. Yeah, it's all about prosthetic makeup. And yeah, every show that Patricia did, and it's all deleted now, deleted from YouTube, but every show in a different outfit. She must have done hundreds of shows and had hundreds of appearances elsewhere as well. Anyone can find a duplicate outfit that Patricia has worn, let us know. I challenge you. Me, every time I do a show here, I'm in the same old fucking garb. Not gonna mind that. Not quite the same. Oh, there was a big clue. I don't want to get into this now. There was a big clue that gave it away for me. I was around here. Maybe it's on a different image now. But an imperfection around here. That was the early days. But yeah, can you see Seth MacFarlane here? Well, yeah. That's the idea of a great disguise, isn't it? Remember, this man is the second richest man in the world, and he's also appeared on Joe Rogan, right? Smoking a joint as Blifter. Now, Anthony Riley came on the scene with a one-on-one relationship with Mick West, who is multi-millionaire by all accounts, associated with Tony. What do you call him in his skating game? Tony Hawk and his skateboarding franchise. So he's had enough to retire young, but Mick West has made it on with Joe Rogan as well. So that direct connection with Elon Musk. And now we have Anthony Riley with a close relationship entering the scene as if sort of to bolster his credibility, that he was dealing with such a prestigious character. But yeah, that's what you're up against, friends. That's what you're up against. So seeing through these different layers, an apt term here when we look at this masquerade. Let me do something. And I said this is one of the greatest tools for investigators is to invert the image, right? So now that you look at the image upright, you're filling in, your brain is sort of filling in a lot of gaps. It's like you don't cast an inquisitive mind towards many specific areas. Look at the eyes as well and how they seem to be sort of set in. A lot of characters who wear masks have this feature. It's very difficult because the eye layer is so thin. But yeah, so yeah, our brains will fill in a lot, and it's only when you sort of shake your brain and ask it to reconsider. Well, within a different context, but we're looking for fakery here and the possibility that he's an actor, not necessarily Seth MacFarlane. Seth MacFarlane came to me via a different, I can't remember which came first actually. Anyway, just the two came together. It sort of like, hang on, what if that's, yeah, maybe. What if now? Wouldn't that fit perfectly? Because Seth MacFarlane is presented as the, what do you call it, the perfect man, in all aspects, talented on many fronts, good looking, funny, musical, great creative nature, etc., gentle nature, the all-rounder. So again, persuasive technique. So we got to alter our perspective, and when you do, now you see. Now look at it, and your brain will go, okay, what's going on here? I'm sort of quite accustomed to seeing that. Are there any artificialities that jump out as opposed to a natural aspects? And we're all used to images. We're all used to understanding how images can distort our natural features, but fundamentally we have a grasp on, what is natural and what is represented in terms of the pictorial form as natural. Now we're looking for unnatural intrusions. And well, look at this now. I feel weirded out. Because I know it's unnatural. We're looking at a man behind the mask. That man, my friends, is Seth MacFarlane. I'm 90% sure now. Even we're increasing on 90, but I'm not going to commit so much. I commit 100% to Barack Obama. Will Smith, Osama bin Laden. Absolutely, that's 100%. Seth MacFarlane here, I'm going to say 90%. And yeah, now can you see artificiality jumping out? See a few areas immediately, and that's before I even zoom in. So see, I don't even want to go into this. But, that's what I'm saying. If that came out, imagine that came out. Seth MacFarlane playing the role of Elon Musk, second richest man in the world. The whole farce would be exposed, and that's what I'm saying. Who am I? When I have presented or when I had a bit of passion about it in the past, it falls. It falls on deaf ears. Everything's recorded, but it falls on the ears of those who are put in place not to hear. They are part of the opposition, if you want. They're part of the greater script. So it's not their role to, you know, to pick up any baton or to add to research possibilities. Let you consider that. Actually, I'm going to let you zoom in for a second. And on your own screen, that should be coming up perfect. Oh, look at the whole of the underlip. Nearly the whole of the underlip, just veering towards the chin, is prosthetic. Can you see it? It's not just makeup. It's prosthetic. Can you see it? Well, friends, that's enough time on that. Elon Musk, L on must. An elephant goes on must. Elon Musk is the elephant. Then we have the turtles, the elephants on the turtle back, and then we have Discord. Well, the Discord is the dodo, right? So the dodo's on the elephant's back, and the elephant's back is on the four elephants are on. Sorry, the dodo, the Discord is on the back of the four elephants, and the four elephants then are on the one turtle. Well, these are all representative. Turtle not to go into it now because okay, but the turtle representing self-containment, longevity, saline waters. Elephants representing memory, strength, material strength, and well, elephants have trunks as well, leading to the next aspect. Yeah, the Discord, the dodo. What's the dodo? Well, it's the changing face of the land. It's the layout of the earth. It's the face of, of the earth. So this is where the dodo comes into it. To piece together an accurate map, I'm sure I could do it easy. Not that I could do it easily. I can do it easy enough, I think, because I have all the different pieces. But the way I look at it, the map is already there. I would only be following the clues that are given out. Do you know what I mean? So who would I be presented to? Like I presented Elon Musk being Seth MacFarlane, groundbreaking. If other people were to follow up on that, same conclusion we come to. It's the exact same with Barack Obama, Will Smith, same conclusion we come to, but that's not going to happen. Same, my Milky Way and the moon finding, groundbreaking. It killed all astrophysics. Just the correlation between the two. In a new flat enclosed Earth mirror sky, like we're looking at reflections of one core, everything in one thing. So one core emanation, and that is my friend Aristarchus. And what Aristarchus as well, it's aka Mount Meru, Yggdrasil, it's the tree of life, right? It's the all-encompassing tree of life, but not quite. Into this reality, beyond the material reality, but there's the spirit, there is us, right? And Holy Spirit, when I looked at tonight, if I was there, Sirius. Sirius. Why is Sirius so important? It's the names that they chose. Look at Sirius and look at the Mercedes logo. The three aspects, three limbs. Three limbs is the same core. 3 in 1, the Trinity. Look at the logo, not the logo, the national symbol for the Isle of Man. Anthony Riley, another connection to Anthony Riley, the Isle of Man. He came on the scene with a capture from St. Bees, Masonic symbol, to the Isle of Man capital, Douglas, Adrian. But yeah, another what do you call it? A tool in his belt. You know, another sort of chess builder. So when this guy comes in, this guy means business. He has acquaintances who are taken seriously. He's also presenting some great arguments and great evidence which point only in one direction. And so this is the rub, isn't it? This is the rub. If it sold something, if it sold a bill of goods, and what are the limitations? Well, he's still selling the same stuff. He's still selling that. They all are. They're all selling the same stuff. All of them. I'm not selling anything at all. And if I was selling something, I'm sure I would have been shut down long ago. I'm not selling anything. I think those people who are in play as well know the situation, because this is open for all. Everything is recorded. This is the greatest story ever being retold. I guess it is. 422-year-old Earth in its current divided form. All the starlights have been a reflection of one ultimate star, Aristarchus, the divided core of the tree of life as it emanates above, the divided above aspect, against the watery screen mirror-like background. Yeah, that's a great story, isn't it? Now, to get back on track, that great story coincides with taking the sword from the stone, the sword, the S word. Jesus returns with a double-edged sword, which is and is. Isis. As I look out, Sirius, Sirius. Isis. So remember, IS, right? And IS, I8. BMW came out with their, I mentioned Mercedes, BMW came out with their BMW i8. 8 is the H letter. 8 is the H letter. So, it's a brilliant clue as well. I'm going to get singing it now because I'm going to quicken up the small as well. Sirius in the night sky. I found Sirius on the moon ages ago, and then I knew that there's been a central projection emanating. Mark Sargent told us as much in his snow globe, and Antonia Subarat, star IBS, told us as well. Now, are these characters in the know? I think so. I think so. I don't think the truth is so complicated as such in comparison to maybe who we really are. So if someone tells you, well, you're of divine nature, but then you'll say, well, yeah, well, the layout of the what do you call it, reality then is just a material offering, you know. So there's so much more to everything that it doesn't become a big deal in that context. And yeah, I mentioned earlier on, I was talking with IPS the other night, was it a couple of nights ago, and just I was on his Discord and we had a great chat, and I told him I knew that he was like the next clue giver. He's after taking over from Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent was the chief clue giver. IPS came on the scene with his I Am and Mark Sargent, and now he's one of the only ones who talks about the Corona hoax and how we prepare for the greater meta script and all of this greater symbolic layer, 9/11 hoax, etc. So he's after taking over the reins. When he came on the scene with his infinite plane, well, he hasn't budged as well. So it's like anything else. He hasn't budged from his initial offering. But we did have a great conversation, and he gave me some great clues as well. And but I'm above board as always. I can't. It's not that I can't be deceptive. Of course I can. It'd be very deceptive, I should imagine. But I don't. Okay, I just have to close the window there. Yeah, go ahead. So just as yeah, of course we can. I can. I'm not going to say we can. I can be deceptive, but I choose not to be, and I don't want to be. It's not because I was deceptive at any point in my past. No, I wasn't. It was never a part of my character. But no, yeah, I'm not going to go on mute. Right? That's just the alarm setting in the background. I hope someone listening or someone watching has spotted the problems with Elon. You can see that immediately here as well. Can you see the covering? Look at that, friends. Look at that. The lips are foreshortened, right? So that's a disguise here. Imagine, I talked about all this years ago, right? So, but imagine the thinnest layer of cream, sort of rubber prosthetic you can imagine, and the thinnest glue as well to put it in place. The biggest giveaway is, which is why I didn't even need to come onto this, but the biggest giveaway is, well, it's a brilliant topic, isn't it? It's a brilliant topic. Why am I so certain that the Milky Way on the moon, or more specifically the Sagittarius A arm, I think it's called, is that big swathe anyway that spans a big percentage of the night sky? We don't see it here, but at certain locations around more southern equatorial areas. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not actually. Can you see the Milky Way swathe, the Great Rift, I think it's called in other words, in Arizona? You might be able to see it. I can't see it here anyway. So that would give you an indication as well. Well, when we look at the night sky, we have to think in terms of central projection and a mirror surface, right? So water is beyond providing the perfect mirror. But more significantly, we have to think in terms of the dimension and the contour of the encompassing mirror sky. This is all important. And again, yeah, the central emanating source, how it may project. Yeah, with Polaris, what's in the name? Everything's in the name's chosen. Polaris, Aristarchus, the North Star, the North Pole star. Now it's all in inverted commas, Iris star. It's name Irish as well, Aristarchus, Aristarchus. Anyway, so getting to the point, and it ties in. Ties into what I just observed out the window. Serious, yeah. How, so to wrap this up, right? So how it can become certain of the mask wearer is understanding that it's not necessarily a lifetime role, but it's a role that spans many years anyway. So the same sort of consistency has to be applied to the mask, right, in order to pull off the illusion. And well, who is going to show the signs of this consistency? The wearer. I know for certain that Will Smith and Barack Obama were one and the same is because of the marks left on the natural skin of the wearer of the mask. And well, as I just showed you, look at the lip itself here. That's all you need to see, friends. Is it just my eyes? Is it just my eyes? I know if my Steve if it's anything on the last time I saw him anyway, you have to see through any of this bullshit easily. Bullshit easily. I remember he was 12 at the time, but we were talking about Madeleine McCann and how she didn't exist. She's a completely crafted individual. All the images shown are fabricated, so the person didn't exist. What signs could you look for to see through the fabrication? And well, I said, see the challenge in one of these programs where you can sort of put different aspects of faces together and create a whole new person. He did a fucking good job of crafting something that looked close enough, not excellent, but Jesus, it was a good effort. As I remember, of Madeleine McCann. And if a 12-year-old can do that with basic, and I mean really basic, I have basic computer level understanding, like a basic program, free programs, that sort of thing. Tim Osman, I challenged Tim Osman, which is not IPS, Tim Osman. I challenged Tim Osman many times. One, because he has great Photoshop skills and he's put out some great memes of me in the past. Let me see if there's any turn up immediately. I'm going to connect everything here. But I challenged him to apply his skills to something like, yeah, Barack Obama being Will Smith, or the Milky Way on the moon find, and I knew immediately he would do it, and he didn't do it because, and he did it in his own private time. They all did it in their private time, but none of them will get back to you because, well, anyone can do it. There's one. I'm not sure if that's by Tim Osman, Clue Dodo. I think it is actually because Tim did this. I'll show you that Dodo in the Westbrook. It's a great story here. That's why I say there's like 5 books in all of this, honest to God. Ultimately, everything culminating in, well, almost Aristarchus. Aristarchus is a divided tree of life. So, what lies beyond? What lies in terms of unity? Well, the world is your oyster. Brilliant. Isn't that brilliant? The world is your oyster. An turning out to be the solution to Alice in Wonderland, the White Queen's riddle to Alice before she received her crown. And if Alice in Wonderland, Alice has to live in class, or just more clues, it works by the hidden hand, which sort of spans centuries, well, then that solution itself is highly significant. When we think in terms of Paul McCartney being the Dodo, his band members, George Harrison, who has no middle name, and Ringo Starr. When are you going to stop shouting coincidence? It's okay, it's too late now anyway. These are all the images, and there's so many things I could discuss. Dr. Manhattan from the Watchers. film noir, science fiction film noir, I guess you call it, what would you call that? I remember watching it back in the day, being really impressed by it, but as it is so still now, I see, yeah, it's all released to us. I'll scan through anyway. Anyone interested can see some of the images that I'm looking at. Oh yeah, save the other type of images in other places. Actually, I was just looking for the one particular. I'll find that one particular meme that Tim Osman. The reason I mentioned Tim Osman, yeah, these people are obviously agents, and they have great skills, great powers of persuasion, both verbally and well, visual form. But yeah, they can never apply their skills to well, the ultimate search for truth. There are clue givers along the way. The clue givers can't give out the solution. They can't, but they can help you along, but you can't rely on them. Remember I mentioned earlier on the son, anus, a son? It's your anus friend. It's also sort of the mouth, inverted mouth, if you want to think of it in that sense. So soil, Soil, soil and sol, well, yeah, because what's at the very core of the soil, which remember everything is the stump of the tree of life, everything is all matter is a decayed form of the original crystalline in interaction with these these divided flailing energies at the center. That's what I reckon. But yeah, this yeah, very Aris-like, Anus-like as well, a son. So that connection been made, and well, the creator, um, well, all things in one thing, and you can clarify that this is a constant. All the balls as like a lens flare. No, it's not a lens flare. That is a very like a petal or like a flower, like a dandelion, actually, a pissy bed. It was very like looking down at the center of that and how it emanates outwards. And I think that that's not just an incidental likeness, but no, that pattern is fixed and set. But no, I didn't mean to show that. I was talking about Patricia. Like, okay, I will just a little. Anthony Riley actually sent me this. Anthony Riley sent me this. What do you mean, Pete, that Patricia is a transgender? I'm highly offended. I met her and I took a high, definitely. So he sent me this image to analyze, and I went through it. I don't want to do this. I mean, no, I don't want to be the bad guy. Patricia seems to be a lovely person, but that Patricia is, well, a masquerade is clear. Right? Patricia's a clue giver. Whether Patricia's male or female, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think IPS is probably born female, Tim, and I was talking to Tim the other evening, and he knows everything I think. I don't mind. Um, it was a great chat. Oh yeah, by the way, he was saying that on December 21st, Jupiter overtakes Saturn. I was thinking that's fantastic, isn't it? Because Saturn, which is the S again, AT, Saturn as the divided state, the divided state coming to an end, and then we have Jupiter. Jupiter. My name is Peter. I mentioned the significance of names earlier on. Peter is Pitta. Pitta, P-T-A-H, which is equivalent to Osiris, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, look, I have an image of that. So we'll leave Patricia alone, but we can do exactly the same thing. And you can see, you know, what is and what isn't. But I'm not going to dwell on that. Yeah, let me go over here. Look. I hope there's not someone trying to get in as well. That's how desperate I am, right? But I'm not really. I have no agenda. So I'm just sort of saying, I guess, in one way, as I mentioned earlier on, the words I use, you paint your own picture. Paint your own picture, so it's better than any artistic sort of impression. The great imagination you have. Yeah, no, we just move our way backwards. Actually, I think you actually should. Wouldn't I be just better, like a fucking idiot? Because I could share the whole screen. This is what I can do, right? Oh, that's a brilliant, yeah. That's Avengers. I was thinking of Avengers, right? And Heaven, Heaven, Raven, Raven. We're talking about Adam and Eve with the V and the A being inversions of one another. It just depends on the direction you take, right? And Eve, from Eve, with the whole E at either side, right, the divided state, and Eve, the feminine, being the lacking or the heart of the material, Mother Earth, and Adam, pointing over the architect, the the mental, I guess, the thought, the immaterial. Ultimately, if the material comes into being because of the thought and because of the expression of the thought into a word form, which causes vibration. Well, yeah, in the beginning of the word, it was the word. That to me tells me, right, that there's something before that then. So it's only the beginning of our experience. Before anything, a word, a word is a construct, right? And to encompass what a word represents, well, you have to take a few different things into consideration. The word on paper, there's a spoken word. There is the I guess written word, which is different from the word on paper in a sense. But yeah, what does a translation entail? I guess, but ultimately, well, there's no word without the thought first, right? And then we have THOTH, my friends, TH being the S tone. So yeah, in the beginning was the word, so something precedes the word necessarily. Otherwise, we can't relate to it. Can you relate to a word without a thought first? So, yeah, Avengers, Heaven, Raven. Why is a raven like a writing desk? Once again, the official answer is Poe wrote on both, and I can get the answer. I can get the significance, but it's not satisfactory. It's not the answer. I think the answer is both have the last word because the answer, obviously, the writing desk. Once you finish anything, it's the last word is written on the desk itself. And yeah, in terms of a raven, how might a raven have the last word? Well, a raven is what's called a psychopomp, which is um, a guide. It is a guide told. So when you die, then you meet a raven, as the story goes. And Odin was said to have two ravens on one on each shoulder. Was it Muin and Hugin? Was it Hugin and Muin? And one representing memory, and one representing mind, I think, or thought. So anyway, the raven representing, the guide. So your guide in the afterlife. So as you leave this life, you're met with the raven, and you will be led to your destination then. So both having the last word absolutely fits, but then it just fits in, and there's a greater aspect to the story. It's not the be all and end all, but it is the answer to an age old riddle. And I stand by that answer. And go to Wikipedia and check out the answers. Go to anywhere you like and check out what the answer to that riddle is. And actually, of interest, I couldn't find. Wikipedia has everything. What's the answer to the White Queen's riddle? Anyone is in Google at the minute, just type what's the answer to the White Queen's riddle to Alice before she receives her crown, and the answer is clear. The answer is oyster. But when I looked it up the last time, it's a few years ago now, I didn't see any reference to it even. Not to mind the solution offered up. Now that might have been changed, and it should be because the answer is so simple in relation to the greater story. But yeah, the first book contains that riddle. Why is a raven like a writing desk? So now I can claim to answer that one, which is, well, both the last word. I'll give you the context as well. And let me just go back to what I was looking for. So can I just, oh no, hang on, I can do this. This is what I can do, yes, sorry. Oh, this is great, look. Oh, look, this is what I can do actually. Can you see my old screen? Mirrored water layer over an extended span. Any mirroring, when you're looking over distance, over water especially, and you scale the axis, z-axis appropriately, well, all the water bunches up and eventually it will start acting like a mirror. So if you identify a target over an impassable distance on a ball earth and you're trying to look for a flat earth explanation, you were met with Trappist in chat with ether band. Which is something to that as well, but no, it's the water itself, the surface of the water over a greater scale, which causes the mirroring. I just captured some of these, but I wanted to get back to a specific capture. Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah, don't get me talking about these images. Look at, remember the image of the sun here I showed you? I mean, here we go. It would fit nicely around the sun of man's halo or head there, wouldn't it, in the form of the halo? Man. But so Jesus returns with an eye, with a double-edged sword. This is getting me back to the point now. Let me just go to the thing I was looking for. Let me capture the sun. I think 2.88. I must have mentioned this last time at the outskirts of. Okay. Pete's latest madness. He thinks the moon's surface from Eratosthenes' crater to Eudoxus' crater looks the same as the Milky Way galaxy. Yes, it does, man. Yes, it does. But he just sort of skewed up. He skewed it up to not look at all like, but it, even still there, it fucking looks as if there could be some correlation. But these are all just certain images. There's Dr. Manhattan now. I was talking about. See how everything arrows upwards. Even the chest cavity points upwards. The vagina area for the female points downwards, the genital area pointing downwards, where everything has to meet in the middle. There you go, Adrian, which is, I just said I'd take a snap of that. 3 point, looking for a pattern. Of course, there's no obvious pattern in pi, although, yeah, that reminds me, with Lewis Carroll, so Lewis Carroll never existed, Dodo, Charles Dodgson, he was nicknamed Dodo Dodgson because he was said to have a stammer, and there's the ST as well. But the character he related most to was the dodo bird, and yeah, one of the links I had the last time was Lewis Carroll's easy method of remembering the first 8 digits of pi. So if there was any sort of pattern, I think that's what I'm thinking. It's also scripted out. If there's any sort of pattern to be had within pi, it's within the sort of the 8 range, if you will. 8 has a significant aspect to it. Am I interested in finding a pattern? Yes, man. I guess, who knows? Guess, but at the meantime, it's just a passing thing. But yeah, Lewis Carroll being described as having what a mnemonic to describe. How did you say? So what he did is just come up with a phrase, which the first word had the 3 letters, right? The second word had 1 letter, third word had 4 letters, etc., all the way up to 8 letters. And it was, what was it? Can I have a coffee, a can of, no, a container is the last one. Coffee container, something like that. Can I have a can? Can I have a? I don't want to go to the link now, but it's something like that. No, container of coffee is the last. So can I have a something container of coffee, which gets you to the late 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of coffee. So yeah, pretty simple, and it's sort of almost a bit too handicap in a sense. Hang on, why would you point that out? I don't think it'd be too difficult for anyone to come up with a mnemonic which would go beyond that. Just add a few extra letters of coffee, or you could even 5 letters is next before I go to bed or something. You know what I mean? Something like that. But yeah, I think the point is that eight is stressed, and maybe there is a repeating pattern centered around the eight. That's probably the clue. But anyway. Oh, here we go. Here we go, friends. What do you think first lands? I'm going to leave this now while I just have a quick smoke. What do you think first lands? That's Chris Cornell, and he's dead as well. He died at 52. Jeff Buckley died very young. But none of them died, which is what I said. What do you think the first land? So just to get back on track, well, not quite, but yeah, well, Sirius is right outside, looking south from here in Ireland. Sirius, so U-ISIS. When we think of 9/11, if you turn off the lights of the sun, the stars will be in a certain position. When looking through a Washington archway in Washington Park in New York, you can see the Twin Towers. And if you turn off the lights, the exact moment the first tower fell, which is the tower that was hit second, was Sirius was shining directly above it. Now, 25 minutes later, from the same position, viewing position, the second tower fell, and lo and behold, Sirius was above that. So the two divided aspects coming together again. When Princess Diana was killed, so-called killed, but she was killed, in the tunnel, the Alma tunnel in France, Aristarchus, as you look down the Champs-Élysées from that viewing position underneath the tunnel, rising through the Arc de Triomphe, another archway, Arch Aristarchus, a star arch. Such a star arch, our eye is Aristarchus. But what was rising, what was seen to rise at that exact moment? Well, the star Sirius. So I think outside of that sort of literal interpretation, there's some special significance about physical star billions and trillions of miles away Sirius. No, it's the star itself, but it's also the name chosen. So within Sirius is Isis, U-ISIS. Right. That's at about an hour maybe later. Okay, no. So there you go, friends. All I had to do was, I'll stop sharing for a second, but all I had to do was consider the equation and just listen. I just listened to one or two of his songs, and I knew immediately. I feel just not too much anyway, but I knew immediately in some of his acoustic sound he was holding back, and just my own relationship with Jeff Buckley, and his music, especially his album Grace. But yeah, I knew immediately it was him. So what do you think? Could I disguise people? This is 10 years ago, or whenever, 20 years ago now nearly. He died in 2003 or something. And this is, this guy's supposed to die in 2016. Second coming in a sense. Something to consider. Now let me ask you to consider, again, what what I was saying, everything coming back to you, the divided state around ourselves, around the spine, and one aspect being an inversion of the others, sparing all these things in mind, but ultimately, when it comes to this song, Isis, male aspect was separated from the female aspect, and the venture that follows. Pay particular attention to the stranger, and that's why I started. But the body. He was looking for a body. He was trying to find. So think of everything in different terms. So here we go. I'm married, I saw 15, but I did not hang on to her. So I cut off my hair and rode straight to a wild unknown country where I could not go wrong. I came to a high place of darkness and light. The dividing line ran through the center of the town. I hitched up my pony to a place on the right. I went into a laundry to wash my clothes down. A man in the corner approached me for a match. I knew right away it was not ordinary. He said, "Are you looking for something easy to catch?" I said, "I got the money." He said, "That ain't necessary." We set out that night for the cold of the north. I gave him my blanket. He gave me his word. I said, "Where are we going?" He said, "We'll be back by the 4th." I said, "That's the best news that I've ever heard." I was thinking about turquoise. I was thinking about gold. I was thinking about diamonds and the world's biggest necklace. As I rolled through the canyons and the dark cold, I was thinking about Isis. She thought I was so reckless. She said, "But lovely, but need it again. Things would be different next time away. If I only could have just be one friend." I still can't remember all the best things she said. We came to the pyramid embedded in ice. He said, "There's a body I'm trying to find, but if we carry it out, we'll bring a good prize." But then I knew what he had on his mind. While the wind it was howling, the snow was outrageous. We chopped through the night, we chopped through the dawn. When he died, I was hoping it wasn't contagious, but I made up my mind I had to go on. I broke into the tomb, but the casket was empty. No jewels, no nothing. quick prayer, I felt satisfied. I set out to find Isis just to tell her I love her. She was there by the meadow where the creek used to rise, blinded by sleep. Then I came in from the east with the sun in my eyes. I cursed her one time and I walked on ahead. She said, "Where you been?" I said, "No place special." She said, "You're different." I said, "Well, I guess." She said, "You've been gone." I said, "That's only natural." She said, "You're gonna stay." I said, "If you want me to." Child, what drives me to you is what drives me insane. But I still can't remember the way that you smile on the 5th day of May. It's drizzling rain. On the 5th day of May, drizzling rain. I was expecting the material, you know, the jewels, the gold, the turquoise, but he found something different. And the guy who was leading him on the trek, well, he was looking for a body, right? Broke into the tomb and the casket was empty, so no body to be found. I guess it's ultimately an expression of well, what the body means to the greater you. And well, people like Bob Dylan have told you in their own way anyway. I mean, who knows if these people have been let into? Who knows who these people are? I don't know who anyone is. I believe in fairies and imps and mermaids and Sasquatch now. Right? And possible ghosts and certainly spirits, immaterial spirits around. Absolutely, man. Anything becomes possible. Yeah, before it gets too late. I think verses. With your memory mile in the missionary times, and your eyes like smoke, and your prayers like clouds, and your silver cross, and your voice like chimes. Oh, they think to bury you with your pockets well protected rose and your streetcar visions, which you place on the grass, and your flesh like silk, and your face like glass. Yeah, to tell you. Said I lay where the sad-eyed prophet says that no man even by day. I said I'd reach you. With your sheets like metal and your belt like lace and your deck of cards missing the jack and the ace and your basement clothes and your hollow face. Who am I? You think that I guess you sit in your head when the sunlight dims into your eyes where moonlight swims and your matchbook songs and your gypsy hymns. Who am I to try to impress the sad-eyed prophets that no man my warehouse should I leave oh, said I should I with your childhood flames on your midnight ride and your Spanish mothers and your mother's dress and your cowboy hat and your curfew club. Who am I, do you think, to resist you? Said I'd leave you with a sad-eyed prophet no should I even like it? I said I really should. All the farmers and the businessmen, they all live beside to show you where the dead angels they used to hide. And why did they pick you to sympathize with their side? How could they ever mistake you? They accepted the blame for the fire, the sea at your feet, and the food falls along with the child. With your cheap little memory of Cairo and your magazine the one they just have to go and your gentleness now you just can't help but show. Who am I, do you think, to employ you? Stand with your feet you're on his parole with your own down and your fingertips now cold and your saint-like face and your ghost-like soul. Who am I, everything to destroy you? Sad-eyed lady, the sad-eyed prophet says, "No man." Sounds shall I leave them by again? Sad-eyed lady, shall I go? Uh, do you know what that song reminded me of now? Which was another embittered song, which is "Where Do You Go to My Lovely?" And it was clearly against not it's not just a sort of a slider attack on one particular person, it's a slider attack on the kind. And maybe ultimately it comes back to well, male and female and the relationship between the two and the nature of the two. Eve was tempted by the serpent after all. Put that snake back in your pants. Mm. Um, the harsh realities. Yeah, I couldn't sing that as loud as I'd like to sing that. But Jesus, I have to try to remember that the words of that. To sing, imagine me blasting that out, full volume up to 12. You know, same thing with the harmonica. You would go down one, I would definitely fill about 10 minutes anyway. Generally, when I go busking, I only get to sing about I don't know, maybe 10 songs at the most, maybe a bit more than that, maybe 10, 12 songs. Many more songs to sing, but yeah, that's another one for the list. Bob Dylan is a female friend. Bob Dylan is a transgender. It hurts me. It hurt me to say that. You know, just it doesn't hurt me to say that because it's just part of reality. And it's a deeper aspect to reality. That's the reality. And any deeper aspect will bring you closer to the truth. And that's why at the very heart of, you know, the flat Earth world, the flat Earth family, well, we have this transgender controversy between Antonio Superantz and Patricia Steele. So everything's scripted. But ultimately, they bring attention to the main core of what's controversial, first of all, and what's on offer here, what's beyond what's on offer, which is, well, flat Earth, transgenderism, an alternative history, an unnatural setting. You know, if it's not about something, it's about nothing. What do you reckon? So I'm back to anyway. So thanks for that, Mind of God. That's what happens now. So I just saw your chat and I started reading from the top down, and suddenly I get diverted. Yeah, that's the Mind of God for you, isn't it? So thanks for that. But anyway, how you doing? I don't take any offense if I say these things, because they're just my true opinions, right? That there are roles being played. Someone accused me of playing a role. It's fair enough. I don't give a shit. Say what you want. Think what you want. Ask me a question, though, or gauge my response. Biggest clue in all of this, what people won't talk about, but sort of gone beyond it anyway. Yeah, I'll skip down. Maybe I should go to the. Okay, I'm not going to put the text on screen now, because the last time I was doing a presentation regarding the 2015 Economist cover, and the thing was bannered across the bottom, which was a stupid comment as well by someone who's defending Dell and Dell's integrity. And the man might very well be in possession of much integrity, but in this arena he's certainly playing a part, and that involves deception. So what is it? Castor and Pollux. Castor and Pollux. Castor and Pollux were talking symbolics. Castor, yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah, they're two binary star, Castor and Pollux. No, it's a part of the same system, Castor and Pollux. I think they've sort of everything moves in a circular motion, and the same pattern in the sky as well. So it's all circular. It's like imagine a raindrop hitting a puddle, right? So you get a circular impression. You have lots of different intersecting circles, and how to sort of confuse the mind is to give us these extended, almost infinite distances between stars, and the brighter ones are standing up. This is what the constellations are about, and yeah, but that doesn't reflect. Well, it doesn't. It does reflect reality in a way, but it doesn't reflect reality. It's laden with clues. But yeah, it would be an exercise. I was thinking about the other day. The exercise would be to just get a list of maybe say the top 1,000 nearest stars, as are documented or detailed, and then look for the circular pattern there. Because I think, as the truth is always known, they would have named it in that manner. But anyway. Is P. Mars here? Aristarchus, P. Mars, he is Aristarchus in the Bible. He is St. Paul's confidant and greatest loyal servant, who got the Apocalypse of St. Paul published. So that's another clue for us. Yes, it is. And yeah, all the series of clues. And St. Paul didn't exist. Aristarchus, anagram of Tarsus and Sirach. So Tarsus is where Paul was from. Who was Christ's bulldog, the converted Roman killer, Roman torturer, and the Roman prosecutor of Christians. Of course, none of it's true in terms of narrative. Yeah, Paul's greatest confidant was and servant was Aristarchus, and not the same Aristarchus, not Aristarchus the Samos. Once again, um, Aristarchus Syriac, Paul from Syriac, and sorry, not Paul, Aristarchus Aaron Tarsus Syriac, right? So, Book of Syriac features a narrator and a generation of narrators which are named, well, Jesus. Look it up if you don't believe me. So that connection being made as well. And while all of them clues, these are not the ultimate Aristarchus, but without Aristarchus, the Revelations of St. Paul wouldn't have been published. Revelations of St. Paul are very interesting. When you get to the meat of it, at the end of it, listen to it if you haven't. A certain tree is mentioned, and attention is brought to it, the tree of life, and the divided cut tree of life as well, especially. I played on the channel the legend of the wood of the cross. I'm going to play it again. Find it. I can get away with it. Here we go. Yeah, and I'm sure you won't mind. Flat water, flat earth. I'm going to play that again, and I'm just going to, yeah, because before it plays again, hopefully got something from ISIS as well, man. There's so much in that. There's so much in that. And again, all scripted clues, all narratives coming from insiders, the greater hidden hand, the greater storyteller, waiting for us to piece together. So when you look at the legend of the wood of the cross here, the connection is made between the very origins and the role of the tree of life and our fall from grace and expulsion from the garden, divided tree of life, the wood from the cross that Jesus was crucified, made from the wood from the tree of life, and that connection established via Solomon as well. 9/11 featured the Building 7, which brought many people into 9/11 conspiracy, which was the Solomon buildings. Channel Q informed me that Sol are three names for the sun. Also, Solomon is Sol and Moon. So using all the letters. Ultimately, the equation between the two being made, I say the moon is a direct reflection of the sun. If you turn the sun out, the moon would go out. If you turn Polaris out, the sun would go out, but all the rest of the, what do you call it, would go out as well. So if you turn the sun out, Polaris would still be there, but and on the rest of the night sky, but the moon would be gone, and all of the wandering stars within our heliocentric system would be gone. But yeah, Polaris, the main expression would still be there. So yeah, this equivalent between the sun and the moon, and it's sort of obvious as well, isn't it? The two of the things are the same size. When you rise up, the moon vanishes. We're looking at it through a watery sort of layer. Yeah, they're point reflections, and well, we've got a hall of mirrors up there. So yeah, that connection is established by the legend of the wood of the cross, read by Flatwater, Flat Earth, and I say Aristarchus, all roads point to Aristarchus being literally named, not by me, as this tree of life, as it emanates its course emanating from the north. We're living on the surface of it as well. So let me play this and get back to you. I'm going to take myself off camera here. I think I can do that just to not having me distracted. Right, that's perfect. Okay.
Here in the practice, especially
the images themselves. Now, I remember the last time, hang on a second, I remember the last time one of the images he presented was exactly what I'm talking about. This idea of the upside down trees, connected by a disc in the center. There's no structure that more manageable. So 480 is good. All right. So let's start it again. Ouroboros on the screen. And maybe
I'd kept on seeing Ring advertised, and it just seemed like a really good product. And I had this idea.
Legend of the Wood of the Cross. When Adam feels death approaching, he sends his son, Seth, to the earthly paradise for solace. From the tree of life, Seth receives the wood of the cross. When Adam feels death approaching, he sends his son, Seth, to the earthly paradise for solace. From the tree of life, Seth receives 3 twigs. The angel Michael allows him a glimpse of paradise. There he sees a child crying on the top of a tree that first was dry and then became green. The child weeps over the fratricide. He promises salvation in 5,000 years. Back home, Seth plants the twigs on the grave of his erstwhile deceased father. In a vision, Moses is asked to go and get the tree at Hebron. So he does. He makes the bitter waters of Marah sweet with the tree, and later plants it in the land of Moab where he dies. Again in a vision, also David is asked to pick up the tree in the land of Moab. So he does. On his way to Jerusalem, he heals a leper and turns an Ethiopian into a white man by merely touching them with the tree. At home, the tree roots so deeply that David has to divert the city walls. Beneath the tree there came a well. David composes his psalms at the tree's stem. The tree becomes really big and beautiful by the time of Solomon. Solomon cuts down the tree for the construction of the temple, but the wood constantly changes its dimension, refusing to fit the temple. Neglected, the wood appropriately is arched over the river Kedron. It is on this wooden bridge that the meeting between Solomon and the Queen of Sheba takes place. She foretells that the wood will one day support the Messiah, who shall be executed by the Jews. Filled with mistrust, Solomon tosses the wood into a puddle, the Piscina Probatica, today near St. Anne's. In the time of the Passion of Christ, however, the wood is found floating, and the Jews fashion a cross from it. Later, the Romans will crucify Christ on it. Hereafter follows the finding of the true cross. This is the feast of May 3rd. The story picks up again on 14 September with the feast of the exaltation of the cross. The relic of Helen was stolen by the Persian Khosrows, but Heraclius, the Byzantine emperor, recuperates it in a battle, kills Khosrows, baptizes his son, and brings the relic back humbly barefooted through the Porta Aurea of Jerusalem. Thus goes the legend as it became widespread in the 13th century. This early Christian concept varied on the synthesis between the cross and the tree of life, between paradise and the sacrifice. It is known that this typological exegesis started its rampant dissemination in the 12th century. From then onwards, the cross was made part of a diachronic shadow play between the Old and New Testament. The cross was already there in its potential form in the staff of Moses, in the towel of Aaron, etc. The idea that the material of the Old Testament would effectively become the bearer of the Messiah was unfolded in the narrative since the 12th century from the book of Genesis to the Passion. The first traces of the origins of the legend are evident in the church history of Petrus Comestor, Johannes Belethus, and Godfrey of Viterbo's Pantheon. Jacobus de Voragine names the first two as his authorities in his Legenda Aurea, circa 1260. It is most probable that the 12th century authors picked up their material from oral circuits, but monastic backgrounds can also be traced back to the 11th century, and even further back in time we find dualistic milieus, like the 9th century Bogomils. Philologists consider this milieu responsible for the syncretism between the two origins. One group originated around the figure of Seth in Greek Apocrypha, about the life of the protoplast. The other group developed around the Moses lore in mainly Slavonic manuscripts on the basis of Exodus. Another important but exclusively Slavonic feature is the story of a threefold tree withered by Lot. Isaiah's reference to the cedar, the cypress, and the pine, while making the place of my feet glorious, have always been understood as relating to the three types of wood that were made in the construction of the cross of Christ. In fact, this is the founding legend of the Holy Cross Monastery in Jerusalem. The legend of the wood of the cross was deeply rooted in the anthropology and mythology of the Christian world, which is evidenced by its diffusion over all the classical languages of the sacred word, and in later times also in the vernaculars of Western Europe. What is the common concept and purpose of this tradition, in the light of sacred space and hierotopy? The legend follows the wood of the cross on its pilgrimage from the tree of life to its final destiny as the instrument of the Passion. The old patristic symbolic superposition of paradise with Jerusalem develops in a diachronic narrative. The selection, as well as the interlace of passages based on the books of the Bible, are pivoted by three mechanisms. Firstly, those passages in the OT are selected with reference to the wood, for example, or to well-known prophecies concerning the cross, the role of the Queen of Sheba, for example. The legend's theme of the Queen of Sheba as a prophetess was influenced by the Byzantine Sibylline genre. The legend of the wood of the cross alludes to the biblical passage that tells of her meeting with Solomon, but here she appears in the role of Sibyl. She is the first to venerate the wood with a foreknowledge of the Passion. Petrus Comestor, death 1178, describes her identification of the wood in the Domus Saltus. John Beleth locates the event at the bridge over the Kedron. The queen is part of a wider intercultural network. Her meeting with Solomon inspired Jewish, Islamic, and Christian apocrypha. Her proto-demonic origin connects her to Lilith, the demon queen, and Semiramis, the consort of the Assyrian king Saushaddad V, 824 to 810 BC. And as a bringer of gifts, she is associated with the three magi. Secondly, the legend of the wood of the cross was based on convictions of tradition. David and Solomon are believed to have dug important water channels in Jerusalem, thus founding the lower city, connecting it with main springs outside the city, such as Gihon. Finally, also geographic particularities of the Holy Land became important features in the legend. Both Mera, Moab, and the Kedron Valley were known for their lands with natural water sources and sheltering woods. In other words, the legend of the wood is also about the primal concern of mankind, fertility, and regeneration of nature, embodied by archetypes, triangles of sacred space, a tree well mountain. In that sense, the legend of the wood defines the shifts from two concurring centers of the world, the archetypical omphalos of Semitic cosmology, the creation and death of Adam, shifts to that other omphalos of Christian cosmology, the death and resurrection of Christ. Between both omphaloi, a linear time, a time of expectation, is spread out. The legend of the wood of the cross tells about the patience of salvation. Secondly, the legend of the wood defines the very founding of Jerusalem. How a tree decided to root on that certain spot, how this rooting generated a well, how one king gave the well a wall in honor of God, and finally, how the other king gave the hill a house for God. Thirdly, the legend of the wood develops the old vertical Paleo-Christian metaphors between paradise and Jerusalem into a linear determination of biblical time and space.
What defines the edge?
Oh, interesting question on the back of time and space considerations.
This determination is reviled from without. Indeed, from divine hierophany, the biblical kings and protagonists act unconsciously in the divine conspiracy. Only Seth and the Queen of Sheba are gifted with the secret knowledge of the Messiah and his crucifixion, a secret knowledge that mirrors the necessity of nature itself.
Well. Those with ears here. So the greater script is connected, and we know it's all scripted. What is the one central connection? Well, now been identified, friends. Let me show you. Aristarchus equals Christ's aura. Ute is fond of saying Aristarchus is a rising star curse. Well, yes, it's the divided tree of life. It's the curse of man. There you go, friends. That's the orientation I'm used to looking at it. This is the tree this week of. It's the tree that connects Adam to Moses, to David, to Solomon, to Queen of Sheba, to Seth, to Lilith, to Christ, to resurrection, to 9/11, to rebirth, to from conception to death and resurrection. It's concentrated. He's used a lot of flowery language in that, and I got the overall gist of it. I definitely have to listen back to it again. I should have done so umpteen times. I didn't even look at the images presented there, which is what I put it on for. But listen to the words more so. And yeah, I gathered all of them. And well, there is this constant theme. It's spread throughout. And when he talks about Jerusalem being founded on the spot where the tree sprouted or whatever, well, this brings all the more significance to it. And once again, coming to, I guess, my mindset, which I've shared as well. This earth is 422 years old in its divided form since the tree was cut. Since the tree was cut. So here we're looking at the tree, which is Aristarchus, as it emanates from the center. I think ultimately this is what it's about. Is this spermie in the center? When it meets the egg and it's spinning around to reproduce everything and or to produce everything. I've said this many times. This is, let me hide that. Well, behold the universe. So I say, behold the universe. That's what we're seeing here, especially when we look above. That's what I mean by that. What's below, that's a different matter. Tree is intact. The very core center then is inside here, and the very center of everything else then is an expression, emanation of the central core, the tree of life, Aristarchus. Well, so many things you should spot immediately. The first thing you should spot is the 8 in the center. When think about how an 8 is produced in what sort of fashion, what sort of spiral fashion would have to emanate. to give us these are all reflections. This is Crater Aristarchus. We're looking at the moon, we're looking at reflections of solidity, a kaleidoscopic reflection of solidity. Ultimately, when you bring everything back to the same plane, same level, everything reduces down to one thing, which is this crater itself. And yeah, that is just a reflection. So as the moon is a reflection of the sun is a reflection of Polaris. This is ultimately Polaris, what's been expressed, and yeah, well, ultimately coming from the source itself, which is the core of the tree of life, which is Aristarchus, which is divided, which we are living in this divided state atop of the stump of the tree of life. And I think this is why all roads point there, all roads. If any road doesn't point there, you name a topic, and I'd say I can find a way how, definitely, and the more I look into it, the more certain I would be of finding a way back to Aristarchus. It's expressed in everything. And the name itself is the most encoded word in English language, as I have in my, what do you call it, description. Aristarchus, anagram of Christ's aura, A-U-R-A, Christ's golden sun. So the tree of life being connected with Christ, and well, so much else as well, right? To bring it to conclusion, right? Well, when the tree was intact this side, well, the barrier was withheld in its natural form. As it's cut, the barrier collapsed. So it's all about rise, erection again. So the erection has been re-risen. And well, this is what all the steel structured towers around the Earth is: CERN, chemtrails, electrifying the environment in preparation, which I think it's already happened. This is what the green sky, the green hue of the sky is about. The barrier is being reinflated. And this downward force we call ether, well, space-time gravity, has been alleviated somewhat because it was an unnatural oppressive force not meant for us in this, well, everything is meant for us because we're in a certain construct. But yeah, now is the time for its, repair. Repair is the good word. Like ISIS, repair, ISIS, ISS. David WISS, deep inside the rabbit hole, another reference to Alice in Wonderland. Where does that lead you now? What do I ask myself? Where does that lead me? What do you do with that? If it's true or not, it's a fantastic story, and I know I'm not that bright to come up with such a fantastic story. I sort of piece the puzzle together in a sense, but I'm not that bright to come up with such a fantastical story. And well, everything is reflected then in this duality, this dual nature. And it's this divided aspect which is constantly stressed. But it is divided coming from a certain place. 5,500 years, we were given actually given a 5,500 years. Adam and Eve were promised resolution, reunification with the garden and the tree of life. There's 5.5 again, 5.5K as well. Was a K and a backwards K equal. Yeah, there's 9/11 in there somewhere. But yeah, let me. Well, just to show you, look, where I got that image from here. It's from art. Stars, astros, or look, there's the 8 on its side. So a different perspective. Doesn't it look different, my friends? Doesn't it look like it's coming out of the screen now? But the dates are important. The 1st of the 6th, 2012. It's sort of a 9 encoded there. We talked about 818, 919, and 616. It just depends on which way you're looking at things. If everything is upside down, well. Maybe everything within the narrative needs to be inverted to come closer to the truth. But yeah, another significant, what do you call it here, is here. LRO was released on December 25th. So photos and videos of the crater from the LRO sweep were released on December 25th, so Christmas Day. Well, Christmas Day, we're coming up to it, which is the birth of Christ, the birth of the Son. So the Son is returning back, right? So, yeah. Jordan Maxwell talks about the sun worship, but he has the context wrong as well because he won't entertain flat Earth, or at least he won't talk openly about it. So while he acknowledges that the Jesus equation with the sun is certainly real and in effect, he refuses to state what the sun is. So I say what the sun is. It all goes back to Aristarchus, the tree of life, and that's why there's reverence is for the sun. Without the sun, we wouldn't exist in this form. We couldn't survive in this form. But understanding that our form is unnatural and also is the sun output from an unnatural process, which is the ultimate destruction, the felling of the tree of life. And here we are in the midst of life, in the midst of felling. Life is if-el, material, matter, water, il, and well, here we are in the midst of it. But now we can realize our salvation, material is just but an aspect. It's but a dream in comparison to the greater, unbounded, immaterial extents of us. Which is incorporated and encapsulated within the symbol zero. And zero is ultimately the 0 point. Notable act is really about the wormhole as well. It's like the wormhole is referencing that the zero, and you sort of into the dimension, you span it to infinity. Ultimately, it will appear like it disappears to a 0 point. Right, so you have the very center of the zero, center of the circle. But yeah, isn't that another massive clue? December 25th, and well, once again, that's when we light up the tree on top of the X. X marks the spot. The divided state. When you X something, you can't fill it out. You tick it. It's an affirmation. But yeah, so yeah, you put the cut tree under the divided spot. The X marks the spot, and well, you reconnect what was divided, and in a spiraling fashion up the tree into an ever, so it ties in with the circle, right? So into an ever decreasing circle, a spiral upwards. Yeah, at the very 0 point at the top, you have an emanation, which is leads to, I guess. It's like a ray gun, actually. Perfect, isn't it? A Christmas tree like a ray gun. And the ultimate result is the shining star. We say the Star of Bethlehem, the ultimate shining star at the top, the S-star. So from the tree, we get the star. And the tree is our star. Chaos. Aristarchus. CH is K as well. So, yeah, but the date itself very specific, as is the rest of the article as well. Yeah, take the literal and you lose. Look for the clues. Let me read it actually, because I haven't read it, probably for anyone listening. So it's whatever this is. I'm not sure what the Astromart. I mean, I know what they're saying. What are you going to buy? You're going to buy your name on a star. But Astromart, whatever they're selling. Yeah, Aristarchus. And oh, just by the way, 709 is 16, which is 8. But anyway, spectacular new images of a gigantic crater on the moon were captured recently by a low-skimming NASA satellite. In November 2011, the space agency's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft passed over the moon's Aristarchus crater, which spans 25 miles, 40 kilometers, and sinks more than 2 miles or 3.5 kilometers deep. Photos and videos of the crater from LRO sweep were released December 25th. The huge and highly reflective Aristarchus is easily visible with the naked eye, but the details shown in the new photo are a special treat for an extremely low flyover by the L or O. And what they're doing with the L or O there is making the equivalence between the L and the R. If you think about a lowercase L and a lowercase R, these are the opposite directions. And Nathan Oakley called his daughter Eleanor. Eleanor, I don't think that's coincidental as well. And there's also a, what do you call it? Fucking Alistair Crowley, All-Star Crowley connection there. But anyway. Okay. Where was that? Oh yeah. The spacecraft was only 26 kilometers. Fuck off, that's ridiculous, isn't it? 26 kilometers. 26 is the number of God, apparently. So 26 numbers in the alphabet. Anyone have any ideas why 26 is the number of God? I think in terms of 13, 1, 3, and 1, 3. 26, I'll have to think more about that. What do you think, Adrian? 26 being the number of God. I know Marty Leeds talks about after these type of things as well. I haven't visited Marty Leeds in ages, and especially once I found out he was closely associated with Mark Sargent as well, and he was a special guest speaker of the Flat Earth Conference. So he has his limitations. He actually, in his code, he had everything revolving around the 7, whereas in Cododo, everything revolves around the 9 or the I, and the I and the J have the equivalent value. But he certainly has a great case to make. Anyway, the spacecraft was only 26 kilometers, 16.2 miles. 16 is 88, it's 288 maybe, above the surface, about 2 times lower than normal. Right, so if it was 2 times lower than normal, 26 times 2 is 52. I've been talking about 52 cards in the deck. 52 is also 4 13s. Tim IPS is great on this sort of stuff now. But yeah, so they specified there that it's 2 times lower than normal. So that would give the normal at 52, or let's say 16.2 by 2 is 32.4. Okay, but 26 and 26 is 52, so playing from the full deck. Mark Robinson, principal. There's another Robinson, Mark Robinson. What's his name? Robertson. What's his name? Robbie Davidson. Robbie Davidson. All right, that's the Flat Earth head honcho. I told you when I went down to his channel, and just as I casually always do, just talked about Aristarchus being the tree of life. My whole channel was shut down. The whole channel shut down immediately, and not battle, but inquire for a few days what was going on, what was the reason, and then YouTube put my channel back up, saying that no, I didn't break any guidelines or rules, and not even sorry about that or anything. But yeah, everything back to normal then. That was after Robbie Davidson. Just a casual comment in the chat, just questioning Bible literacy or talking about Aristarchus more specifically. So they have that sort of power. Absolutely, I'm certain of it. They have that sort of power. But anyway, the Aristarchus plateau is one of the most geographically diverse places on the moon, a mysterious raised flat plateau. Fuck it, I haven't read this in ages. Now that I read it again and understand it, none of it's true, right? So it's all laid in the truth. Well, why not? We live in a flat plateau, don't we? A giant Ryle, Ryle, R-I-L-E, a giant rill, R-I-L-L-E, carved by enormous outpourings of lava, fields of explosive volcanic ash, and all surrounded by massive flood basalts, Robinson wrote. Yeah, and you have a massive flat raised platform, plateau, in the midst of all of this giant rilling and enormous outpouring and explosive volcanic reactions. Yeah, And suddenly you get I wonder how flat does it measure? Does it measure as flat as this salt, Bolivian salt flats? Or does it measure as flat as the surface of Lake Superior? I wonder. But it's just naturally flat, right? If it's unnaturally flat, well, my friends, a tree, we can all relate to it. A lumberjack, if you cut a tree, have a flat surface. And when Nathan Oakley says, well, Earth is obviously observably flat and stationary, and what do you mean by Earth? And he goes, well, round, terra firma. Well, what about the oceans then? Okay, what about the atmosphere? What about the space contained within the necessary containers? I'm not part of Earth. Like, no answers to that. And, well, not that I should, because of course I know I'm not going to get answers to that. Anyway, let's see more. Scientists, since the creator was established relatively recently, I say 422 years ago. 422 years ago. 422-2020 was Earth Day. Earth Day, 422. That's April 22nd, 2020. What Dodo represents is the face of the Earth. Michael Jackson faked his death and returned as the Five Alive Dodo. His most iconic, one of his most iconic songs is Earth Song. All of these different connections been made. And yeah, I asked myself very young, where does this all lead? What's the point in all of this? Well, well, it's what you make of it, isn't it? It's ultimately, if you're out to paint a picture, well, the different component parts have been offered up to us. And it's just a matter of seeing a specific special context. And flat Earth ultimately is that context. Now, when you look at the moon, you see something different. What looks solid, what we know isn't solid. Well, how can we explain the dichotomy there, the paradox? Well, we're looking at a reflection of solidity. But is it a direct reflection of solidity? Or is it something else? Yes, it's something else. It's a kaleidoscopic reflection of solidity. And ultimately, everything reduces back to one thing. But scientists think the crater was created relatively recently, geologically speaking, which is what, in terms of 4.5 billion year old Earth, could very well be, but just not in this form. I think, beyond this broken stage, well, time doesn't exist. So when it comes back to what time actually is, well, time is all gauged in terms of the passage of the sun. We have to come to terms, at least some terms, of what the sun is. We understand that the sun is an emanation from a broken, destroyed fire state. But then we can gauge time, and what time is alluded to as being, I guess, within the greater script, understanding the soul script, and we can look at it in a different light, with a different mind. And exactly the same in space. So if space doesn't exist, but space absolutely exists. In the only terms that we can gauge it anyway. And what is that space? Well, it's everything within the confines generated by the tree of life on both sides, separating Earth realm from the waters beyond. So space, in inner space sense, is the evacuated zone beneath the barrier, because you have this reactionary effect. So you have a massive pushing force dividing the waters, energized pushing force, like a fart in a bath, like a fart in a bathtub, a continuous fart. So you would just create space in that sense. So there's that continuous energy flow and that separation. So that's what space is. And empty space then is this vacated, vacuous zone directly beneath this this energized barrier. So we have the impulsive force, the creative force, the actionary force, holding back the waters, and then the reactionary force, that we are under, and it sifts and dictates and decides everything that's beneath. So directly beneath that, we have a vacated zone, and then as we come lower to the ground, we have an increasing density of atmosphere. And what atmosphere actually is composed of, well, that's a different matter. But it's water everywhere. And also the energized barrier is a permeable barrier. So it does sift water. It sifts the saline waters through into its salt and fresh water components. Ultimately, I think this is what clouds are. So clouds are the salt particulate finding their comfort zone within the energized environment, climatically wise, and the absorption of the salt particulate by the absorption of the water particulate by the salt particulate. And then everything reacts with the prevailing ether, which is this ultimate reactionary force. So that's the idea. This is why we have first of all, this cloud. All cloud patterns form circular patterns. If you haven't spotted that by now, that's okay. Circular wreath-like. It's not a full circle; it's a wreath-like, and almost look. See Aristarchus here. It's not quite circular. There's a big space between it. So all clouds are roughly circular, but there is a gap. So I'd say wreath-like, and then everything in its own layer, and of course we're in a dynamic system as well. Everything's moving, and once you come to recognize that, then you may be able to get a grasp on the repeating cloud patterns in the local sky. So I mentioned the pillars of creation to be found in cloud patterns. Yeah, it makes sense to me. It's the same emanating source that's expressing everything, and we finish off this article here. So scientists think the crater was created relatively recently, geologically speaking, when a comet or asteroid smashed into the moon, gouging out a hole in its surface. A hole, a circle in its surface. A hole is an anus. Anyway, NASA launched Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter in 2009 on a $504 million mission to map the moon in unprecedented detail. The spacecraft is about the size of a Mini Cooper car and carries 7 instruments to study the lunar surface. Okay, so Mini Cooper. Copernicus. Cooper, there you go. That's the symbol I was looking for. Copernicus. And of course, just to tie in everything to Aristarchus, as it always will, Copernicus picked up the baton from Aristarchus. At least the story goes, not my story. Copernicus was the originator of heliocentrism. No, he wasn't. Aristarchus is credited as being the originator, even though he is also credited with himself having a teacher. But historically, he's credited with being the originator of heliocentrism 2,000 years before Copernicus. Now, neither man existed. So these connections are there, and there for a reason. I think as I mentioned, beyond the tree of life, right? And I must look into it further. I think his name is Phileas, Aristarchus' instructor. I think in some way that represents the greater sort of spirit. You know, if the tree of life vanished, well, life would vanish. But in life as we know it, you know, this material life. And of course, it was beyond that, and it was before that. So, however you want to gauge before, but the Mini Cooper, So, what does that mean to you? We got wings. We got wings, baby. M-I-N-I. So it's mini as opposed to maxi. Min-I, M-I, so we are man-I. So the A transforms to the I. How do you transform an A to an I? It's very easy to transform an A, or how you can see you can transform a capital H to capital A to a capital T. that's the process. So you have to bring a few operations to bring the tree components together to produce the outcome. And yeah, so man I, min I. So how do we get the A to the I? I bring it back to my HIQ. Remember that? Fucking hell, I mean, it's been here a long time. Remember that? Shit, I hadn't a clue. It's not that I hadn't a clue what I was talking about back then. Just looking at everything in a different light. But ultimately, I saw that connection. So maybe that's where my HIQ, Adrian, was sort of like my way of trying to understand or express pi, the relationship between the diameter, in a more pure way, in a sense, the relationship between the diameter and the circle itself. But the diameter and the circles, it doesn't just spring out of anything; it springs out of nothing, a center point. So my HIQ was about transforming the 3 dimensions into the 0 dimension. And this is via the cube, the center of the cube. Yeah, so that's gone back a few years at the stage. Shit. Anyway, you know the way it is. Like, how can you relate to your thinking of last year? You can't. You kind of every step you take, you sort of build upon what you previously considered, and then essentially leave what you previously considered behind because you're at a different point. But yeah. So yeah, some very interesting clues and pointers here, right? But I guess only if you see, and only if you understand that there's a greater script in play. I'm sure there's lots written about lots of other creators, but just to say again, yeah, all creators being one creator, with them returning to the one, and ultimately the one being a representation of 0. So. Tumanoid. How are you doing, Tumanoid? I haven't seen you around in a while, man. What do you think about the Xmas star, Jupiter Saturn thing? The last time it occurred was in 1623, same year as the first folio, Mr. William Shakespeare, Comedies, Histories, and Tragedies, supposedly. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. I said earlier on, I haven't been paying much attention to it. And I really haven't. IPS, Tim Osman mentioned it the other night, and I was going to go away. So Jupiter is overtaking Saturn, so I reckon Saturn represents the heart of the material as well, because the cube was composed of straight lines, right? So straight lines are emanations from the immaterial, from the 0. So that the material is being overtaken by Jupiter. I wonder, look into what Jupiter represents. Is there any purity in Jupiter? I noted that my name Peter Jupiter, and actually that reminds me of the image I was looking for. I got stuck in Jeff Buckley. All of these things I could talk for ages on, right? But yeah, I'm going to leave that there. I'm just going to make the call. Yeah, Jeff Buckley faked his death. That's obvious. Because even the story, he was out by a river one day, it was a hot day, and he just went down to the river and walked into the river, and no one ever saw him again. That was it. So yeah, he's great music though, and then you're sort of encouraged not to delve too deeply into that. So not knowing anything about Chris Cornell again, but he seems to be pretty famous, and Howard Stern and Miley Cyrus were talking about him. That's where it's sort of anything these people talk about are put up on a pedestal. I know there's some greater clue here, great connection. So yeah, immediately then I said, fuck, it couldn't be good. So Chris Cornell, and then I heard him. It just occurred to me this the similarity, but then I heard him, and that just convinced me. It's Chris Cornell is Jeff Buckley holding back. So different. I mean, I sing. If I was to sing, if someone said to me, sing a song there, I imagine I was going incognito or something, just put on disguise and start writing songs and present myself as a different character. I could definitely do it. I could definitely change my voice. I know I could. It's very easy. The more I worked at it, the more I could establish a character. I could just fuck around until I found the comfortable. Fuck it, do whatever I need to do then to sort of alter the tone. And before you know it, then kind of singing one way. I mean, I don't want, no, I don't even want to try to sort of do a bit of Daniel O'Donnell, who's sort of an Irish country singer, which is, but no, that'd be a hard thing to pull out. But I think people do that as well. But you know what I mean? It's just a variation on a theme, and it's not. I don't play guitar. I could sing a song. Anything that anyone can do, you can do. All it involves just a certain passion, a certain determination, and you think of it. You ask yourself, is there anything you think you can't do? It's your question. If you answer yes, well, let me know about it, and name someone who can do it. Then I'm not talking about others. Well, are there any limitations? There possibly couldn't be, but within reason. Yeah, I say all you need is enough time and enough passion, and you can do anything. And that includes playing a part and completely transforming your character. And yeah, this equation, I haven't heard anyone else talking about this, but for me, I'm certain of that. And I've done no research at all. I haven't done any comparative analysis because I'm not bothered at this stage. But definitely should look a bit more into. Well, I should revisit Jeff Buckley and his album Grace because it was bigged up at the time. It's another interesting snapshot I took of unification, just in terms of symbols of all the different world religions. They're all very interesting. Remember, I talked to Adam and Eve. It's the Jewish symbol here. Star of David, which is connected to the tree of life earlier on. So there's that lineage of Jesus connecting him all the way back to Adam, and this is what gives justification for his role as the Messiah, which the Jews seem to be coming inexorably to the same conclusion, at least certain aspects of them, and there's a big push on it as well. So yeah, there's another layer into deception, but yeah, I think all the truth has to come out. But yeah, anyway, yeah, if we A and the B, upside down, one represents different aspects. There are different aspects to your being, right? At that very center, heart point, heart center. I'm looking for something specific. So there's 2001, a plan view of the WTC center. Do you see the dollar? Or you see the dollar sign, the S? And if you look at the two WTC buildings, then look at them as the double strikes through the dollar sign. There you go, TT. Adrian, I was looking just at the Matrix Explained. If you haven't seen Matrix Explained channel, I've looked at that, but I just took a snapshot of where they showed pi on the wall, incorporated within the circle. I think this is where Neo was coming to meet. I don't think he was meeting the architect. He was looking for mathematical harmony and certainty, representing the one, and oh, this is very interesting because I didn't quite understand what I was looking at to begin with. But images went up of this weird tree that the Rockefellers had for this Christmas, and it's a half a tree. So the explanation is that like the tree in transport was just lying on all its branches, so after a while it would fan out. But yeah, very interesting that they put it up like this, and it was a half a tree, and would grow into its complete whole, right? It would. I thought that was very interesting. That's another instant caption there. There's the Star of David again. The yin yang symbol. So if we think in terms of the Ouroboros, isn't it funny there we have the Ouroboros? Take away the S from the end, we have a palindrome of the Ouroboros. So you can take it from either side. There's no beginning or end. It's the same back to front. But if we look at these two-dimensional representations in a three-dimensional way, we can look down into the image, into the wormhole, if you will, and we have the light and the shade, the male and the female. We can see the spiraling interwovenness, this twister fashion. Remember I said about the one and just the strip being pulled down, female being removed from the male. So the female representing the space in one sense, and the male representing the solidity. But yeah, these are all different types of images. There's Baphomet there, big scary Baphomet, but in actuality it represents or reflects you. As above, so below. We have neither male nor female. The sort of unification of the two divided aspects. The wings at the back are very interesting as well. So when we combine, I got wings. I do. I do. I do. I'm looking for one particular image. Well, here's another very interesting thing I could spend loads of time on, which is this is the smiley face. If I rotate this around, do you remember we were talking about a smiley face on Mars? Actually, a connection to the Watchman as well, and Dr. Manhattan. But I recognized it immediately. Very, very similar to the moon terrain. But I recognized it as something in relation to this area. And it's not quite certain here, but yeah, there's lots of different things, and I'm pretty sure that these are emanations of the same thing. Now, this is a much smaller aspect of the moon, much bigger aspect of Mars, and this is what I talked about. The further you get away, it's sort of more zoomed in version of a certain aspect. Fucking hell, isn't it old time? There's the center point as well. This is Leonardo da Vinci's, who didn't exist, Leonardo da Vinci, and he's the Vitruvian Man. Which is something I need to come back to, but the equation made between Dr. Manhattan as well, and of course, Manhattan is of 9/11 fame as well, symbol that Dr. Manhattan carries around with him is the symbol for a hydrogen atom, which is this symbol. He has this imprinted on his forehead, which I can kind of get, and there's a close relationship between that and pi. Okay, but again, I don't want to look this down all night. Look at that, isn't that very crater-like? Actually, now that's just the rest of it. It's a great comparison. Yeah. Often have friends. Could it be? Could it be one thing reflecting always? And that's the way your own eye would look as well. I said that years ago when I looked at my own. I actually have a picture of my own eye, and I put it up. No problem. Let me find it because I did. Yeah. It's not remarkable. Isn't that remarkable? I mean, the eye in the center is completely randomized. It's obviously it is a real image, a close up of a person's eye. Maybe we don't know. I think it's a person's eye, but definitely the one on the right is my own eye. That's for that. I'm gonna let you consider that for a second. I'm gonna consider that myself for a second. Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, I didn't. The reason I came on here was because Tom and I asked a question. So just make note of that. Aristarchus. But where's that? Well, isn't it funny how things work? One of my son's talking toys was a talking bear called Juju. So Jupiter means something. And Juju was actually the philosophical lives of Steve had. I'm talking about, these guys were still in full flow last time I saw Steve, and he got George, which was a little talking monkey, uh, when he was, I don't know, in the earliest of days, and then along came Gunther, who was a little bear or a little dog, then toy dog, and then along came Juju, who was a bear. They all had their own developed personal characters, and there was a sort of more complicated interaction between the two, but Juju was always the highest authority. George was the cheeky little monkey, but Steve loved George the most. Gunther was he was the hero in a sense. He was like he'd take all the wounds. He would any foul ups or cheeky actions that George took, Gunter would take the blame for. But it turns out that George and Gunter were sort of soldiers together. So it's a different story with that. But then along came Juju. Steve was young at the time, but he remained then the last addition to the party. But he was the wise philosophical bear, and he had sort of a very mysterious character he was, who no one knew really where he came from. When he needed to stand then, or when sense needed to be spoken, or wisdom needed to be expressed, Juju came into matters and overruled everything. And he used to use a high pitched voice like that. But that's funny. So Jupiter overtaking That's Saturn. I should look into it more. Let me just try to find the image, which were this one. Okay. Like the image I saved, but looking through all of these is helpful anyway. There's the sun center, and you notice the shard-like pattern as well at the center. I can go into that. They knew about the sun, how it looked above the atmosphere long before they should have known. So again, another clue to say that everything is known. It's very interesting. I have loads of links I could go through regarding Oscar. Tim Osman, IPS now is the chief clue giver, and he's given himself an alternative name, which is Tim Osman, O-S, or O-Z. The other guy is Tim Osman, O-S-M-A-N, which is a code name for Osama bin Laden, which is ultimately Barack Obama, which is ultimately Will Smith. So that tells me Tim Osman knows. The other Tim Osman, and here we have the Oscar, or the Oscars. Oh, here we go, yeah. So Peter, where did the name Peter come from? Wow. Here we have the equation right now. This is just still. So there you go, terminoid. So Jupiter, J-U-Pita. And again, when we look at letters like T, A, H, P, everything's in relation to the H. And we can see with the H, father, for instance, are paternal. So there were raising of the standard, if you know what I mean by that. So this equation between Peter, Oscar, and Osiris is made up by me. And the reason I saved that is because, well, I'm Peter. How you doing, Peter? I'm okay. How are you doing? If you called me Peter, I'd respond. I'd say, what, are you English? You come from England? So J-U, Peter. It's all positive to me as I see it. When it comes to what the J is, and that sort of close connection to the I, we're told that the J is a late addition to the English language, which, you know, when I came to the code Dodo, that's what it occurred to me. Well, it's a clue for us. So why is it placed in this particular spot, and what is the numerical value most likely associated with it? I say 9. It's 9 as well. And then you go down again with K is 8, L is 7. Look at the capital letter L. And the letters are the number 7, and we can see the immediate equivalent, Eleanor. Eleanor. So, yeah, terminoid. I say great wonders are in store. For me, if all the truth isn't exposed, then it's no good. Then I don't know what to do. So, in terms of the greater symbolic significance or sort of imposed significance on Jupiter, I haven't literally done no research. Let me bring up. Actually, I think I might have. Actually, let me rephrase that, because I think I might have done a video just comparing. That's fucking it. I have done that, or at least I haven't. I don't think I did a video on it, but I did an investigation into it, and I came to a solemn conclusion. Remember I was talking about earlier on. Here we go. Remember I was talking about earlier on about, as we're looking at as you move in terms of the heliocentric model, as you move further from the sun, right, in terms of planets, you're looking at a more sort of zoomed in aspect of, I'm going to say ultimately the moon is our best clue. But I have of the moon, so aspects of the moon, which is itself just a reflected expression of the sun, which is, again, Polaris, which is Aristarchus. So it's ultimately the same. It's like looking through a microscope, actually. So you're just changing the zoom levels on one particular aspect. And yeah, even though I might have made a video, I definitely made a video on Mercury and the moon, Mercury and the moon, which didn't come out so well live. I started doing it live, and it didn't come out as well as, when I was just looking into it in my own time. I didn't pinpoint, although it came across clear enough, but I didn't pinpoint with as much accuracy as I could have. the equation between the two. So yeah. Mm. Yeah. Well, let me just for the sake of it here. About Jupiter. Okay, well, as I said, fuck off, look at Jupiter. And IPS Tim mentioned that the other evening as well, with the 42 symbol for Jupiter being 42. Look at it, friends. Look at it. That's 42 immediately, or 24 as well. 24 as well, 888, the number of Jesus. But I said I can see lots of positiveness in the name itself. So Jupiter represents development, good luck, security, prosperity, plenty, higher learning, idealism, knowledge, giving, dominance, integrity, and equilibrium. The symbol of the eagle, tiara, lightning bolt, throne, right throne, crown, corona, and blade are associated with Jupiter. He represents power, confidence, wisdom, and authority. Oh, God. Shit. And I've been thinking, here we are. The British Empire is over, Brexit, right? And the American Empire is at the end as it descends into farce. What's overtaken everything now? The UN. UN. If you look at the U and look at the N, lowercase, U and N combine to give, well, the zero or, close enough. So thinking of the J and the I, if you combine the J and the I there, get the U. J-I-U, Ju, Shit, J, Ju, Ju. Okay, good. Yeah, ultimately, the letters representing, I guess, pathways along the sort of the reconnection process and making our way back. I think it's what the Jews represent as well, with the circumcision being cut off from the circle, right? And if the male penis is, what's outside should be inside. It all should be inside. And any male who's been in any cold climate as well knows that when your balls retrieve, your testicles retrieve inside, and your penis reduces down to a little flap of skin, like a little baby's penis. So, so all that belongs inside. So imagine that swelling inside you as opposed to outside, where you get the male erection. So yeah, if there's a cut put in place there, which is the circumcision, being cut off was very central indeed, and something very significant in terms of any possible reunification, or rebridging, or reconnection. So the Jew, I think in a sense, yeah, this is the journey of it all. It's the journey of the fallen star, the fallen tar, the fallen fluid back up towards reconnection and reinvigoration. So it's very interesting, but 42 jumping out there, that's so interesting, man. But let me just go over as well. It makes sense to me. I don't know if it's the ultimate answer, because it seems sort of a little bit too simple, a little bit too basic, but I always try to think in simple terms. The simpler the better now, but yeah, coming away from Aristarchus, which is the base, Aristarchus, the philosophy theorizing, led us to heliocentrism and ultimately a base for material only thinking, taking it all the way to Big Bangism, well, as a base for one only, accountable only, the material only existence. So when we move away from Aristarchus and move away from the material only, the one, we reintroduce the zero. So a certain relationship exists between the zero and the one, and that is the obvious relationship. It's the relationship of the diameter to the circle, to the zero, the one to the zero, and that is 3.14 to 1 to three significant figures. The 3.14 is a mathematical instruction for multiplication. So in the sense that I think about it, it's only coming away from Aristarchus, who gave us everything, which is the symbol for infinity, the lemniscate, the 8 on its side, well, that we find the nothing. And then we find the answer 42, which is a relationship between the one and the nothing. Make sense? But there's more to it. I know there is, because the one and the zero come from somewhere, which is the 0 point. And so get to the 0 point of it. But yeah, reading a Jupiter here is not very positive. Just as so, as Tim specifically mentioned, yeah, if you took the 42, if you took the 4 and put it at the bottom of the 2 or whatever, you will get the symbol for Jupiter. And they specifically mentioned that Jupiter will be overtaking Saturn. So let's see what Saturn represents. So for me, Saturn, the cube is Saturn, right? So when we think about the one, the hard, the material representation. So the cube is built up of one, right? So first of all, you have the one square, and then the cube in three-dimensional form. So in a sense, you could say that that exemplifies the devil, the material, right? It's the symbolic Saturn. And actually, if you read the word Saturn, Saturn. I'm talking about S when you divide and say it, and there's the AT as well. So we have the AT, and then you have the S before it. So that diminishes or cuts the power of the AT. So atom as well. So you can see atom there, but Saturn, Saturn. Sin, S and N at the beginning and the end. Saturn, Satan, Saturn. So Satn, Satan. You are Satan. You are Satan. So exemplifying the heart of the material. Right, let's see what it says. Satan has a symbol made, has a symbol made of the cross of matter, which represents reality. The cross is placed over the soul. It symbolizes man having a material nature that will reign. Now, and I don't research this stuff. I don't, you know, I don't. Symbol of Saturn is the same. Oh well. Oh well. Oh. It had to be, didn't it? The symbol of Saturn is the same as Jupiter, but upside down. Isn't that fascinating? Saturn symbolizes dominance, power, and change. Isn't So I wonder what you would get if you connected the two, and you sort of rotated and inverted one of them. You know what I mean? If one is the inversion of the other, what's the most harmonic way that you could place the two together? And oh yes, well, I see a few things jumping out, especially here. Well, isn't that? And this is all to occur on the 9th of the 12th of the 21st of the 12th, or 12/21, 2020. Note A is 1, B is 2. So we have A, B, B, A. We have the double B's in the center, and also 1 and 2, and 2 and 1 is 12 and 21, which is 33. 3 and 3 give you an 8. 3, 3, tree, divided tree. So the divided aspects coming together. So we have Jupiter and Saturn. Okay, I'll have to analyze the symbol a little bit more, just in my own terms, and well, as I'm saying, I can get lost in trying to analyze these symbols, but that's fascinating. So the end of an era. End of an era. Emerald Rider, how you doing? Yeah, isn't that fascinating? So Jupiter's overtaking Saturn, 42, 24. Fucking hell, man. We're talking about that for ages. So 24, 8 is the number of Jesus, right? So we have the Trinity, 3 and 1, the 1 and 3. Well, we have 8 for the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? Spirit. So we have the Trinity, which 888 is 72, the 72 names for God, which is 3 and 1, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So 8's everywhere, and well, the Jupiter connection there. Think more about it now. Of course, I knew that Jesus, this ultimate symbol, the words and the letters chosen to represent this ultimate symbol, ultimately significant. Je, S-U-S. So we have the two S's, the U in the center, so signifying the divided state. So a changed orientation is needed. And well, when you think of it, so if we bring the U outside, so we get Je, U-S-S, you and I are on Mount Meru, me are you. So Je, I-S-S, and Je is I in French. So we have I-I-S-S, mix it around a small bit. We have ISIS, I is his. So, so you have 24 and 42 being inversions, and 42 we're told is the ultimate answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. You gotta work out what the question is. And my effort to that, my answer to that is, well, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? And the answer going back to the relationship between the 1 and the 0 in terms of pi to 3 significant figures being a multiplication. But I'm sure there's more to it than that, but at the same time, you have to go along a certain pathway to get there, you know. And that, for me anyway, involved going through Aristarchus. It had to, right? This is what all the bowlers are about. And when I came on the scene, first of all, and discovered all of this, none of the bowlers had heard of Aristarchus. That means to me, and now that I know now, they're playing a part. They're let in on certain things, but they're not let in on the whole story. So I wonder where that will take them. But yeah, that's fascinating now, and that's only 2 days away. That's only tomorrow. That's 8 years later. You wonder what form it would take, right? Will it be just? I have a feeling that all of the airwaves are going to be overtaken. So say what you need to say, I should think, and lessen your reliance on the internet. But I have a feeling all the airwaves are going to be overtaken, and as a truth broadcast, and it's going to be an external manifestation as well that will leave nobody any doubt. To what level? Is there greater deception still at play? I don't think so. I don't think it could work. I think, you know, as I mentioned to the guys, the people talking to, you know, who's the enemy here? And when we think about it, it's all governments on Earth. When we think about the corona hoax, and it's the necessary levels of cooperation earthwide involved to pull off the hoax. So what is the greater machinations behind? And of course, immediately you know it's not the case because you're led down this horror-ridden track of Bill Gates and his human depopulation and the Illuminati and all of this sort of stuff. So that's never going to be the truth. So is there a different game of play? I would say there is. Well, it's the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It has even come to us, say the 5,500 to 5.5k years, whatever that entails, have ended. So resolution is in place. What part do we play as individuals? You tell me. Yeah, you tell me indeed. What's that 2,160-year cycle? So we are in an amazing time. Okay, well, that would bring it back to this should be 140 BC. But for those times, can you? 140 BC. Can't. How can that have meaning? But it might. Well, who knows what the greater cycles are? I mean, is it within our grasp to try and come to terms with it? Of course, we can read any information and make what we will of it. But for me, it's just as easy to go along with. Well, think of it like this. And when I did accept it on the back of the giants of science, I accepted a 4.5 billion year evolutionary pathway to where I am now. Not that I did come back to Bible literalism, but that is what's offered anyway. A 7,000 year origin, Genesis to us, or everything is offered. I have no problem with that either. Coming to where I'm at now, I think it's a mix of both. So our own origin is very recent indeed in terms of this divided state, and it's divided over 422 years. But before that, timeless. We're talking about time and space and what do they actually mean in the greater flat Earth context. And instead of brought it back to the sun, ultimately the sun coming and being a projection emanation from the tree of life itself, which creates space and time, created the sun. So it's within this differing context, and I think within the metaphorical context is offered by science, then gravity is the space-time gravity is metaphor for ether, right, which is emanation. Not to get too involved in that, but the actually bending in space-time is the it's like it's like a diving. Think of a diving pool. Think of ether. The Earth being covered in ether, and the diving pool is full of water, and you introduce a sphere on a string or something. It's an equal sphere. Then you have equal depth with an association to one another. Now, for those spheres to exist where they are, they're taking up space within this prevailing medium, which is water, right? But if you look at the patterns of the water and how it deflects around the solidity of the spheres put into place, you would see this distortion. So if you can imagine an ethereal water, so it's an ether, it's an overwhelming energy force, but it's undetectable. We can't detect it as we can detect water, but it's I guess if you think of air, right? So we know air is composed of particles, but air is sort of diluted form of water. So you continue diluting it down. It's that sort of presence, if you know what I mean. So this disturbing of the prevailing ether is sort of a similar equivalence. That's the way I would put it anyway. But ultimately, yeah, everything going back to this divided state and the ether being this offshoot, this consequence of the great initial destruction. So that's the way I see it. The matter in the both camps. So in a sense, Earth is timeless, and we are outside of time. And as always, it comes back to our own selves and who we are within this matrix. And I mentioned that earlier on as well. That's one thing that's, as far as I can remember anyway, is never dealt with at a greater level is, well, what is the true nature of the human who did invent the machine, caused the war and destruction, and etc. So I think this is getting to the heart of matters. Adrian says Jesus was but a man. The Christ is in all of us. Tesla quote. Okay, excellent. I said I was actually saying that today to someone in a sense. I was talking to these anti-COVID crew, and yeah, she was telling me the literal Jesus, and I was going, I don't think that's the point. Jesus didn't exist in that literal sense, but Jesus does exist absolutely in terms of ourselves at the very heart of our matters, and Jesus is every man. If you're a male, you are the son of the Father. If you're a female, well, Adrian, what about Emerald Rider? What do you reckon? And I asked her this question as well. Well, we have the sons of man, we have the daughters of man, we have the sons of God, but we have no daughters of God. Why do we not have daughters It's an interesting question. I have an answer for that, but again, it comes back to this divided of us. Yeah, I was just saying that today, Adrian, and I truly believe it as well. Jesus is every man, and the heart of Jesus is within us all, and it is about reconnecting this divided nature. And so I wanted to read the Gospel of Thomas as well. I have to get around. I just have to start off next time and just go straight into it, whenever that is. But yeah, it's more pertinent now than ever. And yeah, well, just sweet, just sweet. Put the I back in Jesus, you get I am, just sweet. I think more about the J now. I did give it. I have certainly lots of notes written about the J, but it's not fresh in my mind. But listening to what Jupiter represents there, and also the 42. I wonder what it brings. We all come from the womb ever we are born, but we have to be born again of the spirit, right? So to come to understand that, okay, we ventured into this physical experience for a purpose. Ultimately, everything is for a purpose, but we have to be born again away from the mother. One of the Gospel of Thomas quotes: "If you don't hate your mother, you are not worthy to follow me." And it's the same about the father. And in the same breath, if you don't love your mother as I have loved, then you're not fit to follow me. You have to hate and love your mother. Why? Well, I think, in the sense, mother delivered us into this, what do you call it? Slavery of the spirit? Curse. There you go, Yud. Rising star curse. Star curse. And of course, a mother is attached to the material. This is the core representation. This is why the V. This is why the V points downwards, because this is where the regeneration, the gut is. So it's the heart of the material. And yeah, I think it's only in this experience, and by the unification of the two, like the A and the V, we get to heaven. HEEAVEN. You live in England, don't you, Emerald Rider? So how do you do that? Well, fasting, clearing the tubes, clearing the way, and then consummation. Count how many times con is mentioned in the Revelations 22, our last sort of parting clue, right? Where I see it. What was it, was it the last one or the second last video? It was blocked because Paul McCartney or CBS, who he's working for apparently, made a copyright claim and had to take the video down, but his video coming up like a flower. Count how many times he mentions come in his song as well. So not being crude or rude, but it's getting to the heart of matters. Heart is tar, tar is he, tar, heart, he, tar, earth is heart, he, tar, he, tar. And then we have the TAR as well. The tar representing an able-bodied seaman or seaman Martin Leakey. Amin Tar Leakey was a tar. He was a naval officer, a sailor, and he was also a man to talk much about Tartaria. Best friend of Antonius Subrats, still friends. Subrats star IBS. What do these people know? Are they just given the character on the plate and not told? I don't know, man. I don't think that could work like that. It'd be like defending the 9/11 lie on a consistent basis and just pushing the official story without being led into what is actually going on here. I think they'd have to be told, like the moon landing fakery. We talk about people like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin being MK Ultra into an alternative reality where, they thought it was actually real, but they were just on a mushroom trip, sort of the reality simulator. That's too much hassle. I'm telling the truth and then be part of it. Let me say as well, Neil Armstrong going north to Mr. Alien when they went to the moon. And if that's where the source of the moon lies, well, that makes sense as well. Also, the Apollo missions, Apollo relates to the sun, the opposite of the moon. Why would they equate the two? Well, that the moon is a reflection of the sun. But yeah, Yuri Gagarin, you're in a gag, the gag you're in, Yuri Gagarin, Neil Armstrong would be one and the same. Yuri Gagarin was said to be the first to orbit the Earth. Fake death, Neil Armstrong taking over the role, but who played the role of both? I reckon John Lear, perfect candidate, John Lear. 9/11 fame as well, yeah, put up an affidavit before the courts testifying how it was impossible the planes could behave in such a manner, in such a low altitude. So all that sort of, all theatre and all well-connected theatre. So he blew his mind out in a car. He didn't notice that the lights had changed. That's the alternative story. That's Anthony Riley's fixed position on Paul is dead controversy, that they had to replace him because he skipped the lights and he crashed. I think it was in his Aston Martin. Do you remember the license plate number, Adrian? I think it was definitely a 42 in there somewhere. Was it a DB Martin or something like that? As far as I remember, it was 42 in there somewhere anyway, of the crash car. The original Paul was supposed to be mangled in, and they had to think quick, and they didn't want to end the success of the band, so they fabricated. They had it prefabricated just in case, and then we had a replacement Paul. But of course, I got to the bottom of that. I do. Paul represent Paul/Fall. We have the P and the F as well. Also Paul, St. Paul, Apol, right? The Apple. But yeah, divided state. Yesterday, all my troubles so far away. Need to find a place to hide away. I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. The male is solidity. Female is the shadow in terms of the moon and the ovaries and the testicles and the penis, right? So one is just pulled out of the other. No, so not one is pulled out of the other. Both of them are aspects of being pulled out of the one. So yeah, Paul representing that duality, and well, ultimately Mike himself here identifying Paul as the dodo, representing the dodo, this divided state. Paul sees the bull on the hill, sees the sun going down, while the eyes in the sense see the world going round. Yeah, ultimately, Sergeant Pepper's leading us back to the two most significant books in history, among the top three most translated works in history, following the Bible and the works of Shakespeare, which are bodies of works, right? Alice in Wonderland is just two books. So, yeah, Sergeant Pepper's walk through Alice in Wonderland, so we find the dodo in chapter 3, and well, all of the different puzzles as well. Sure, there's many more. Definitely sure there's many more, because I haven't revisited it all and cast a differing mind to it. I haven't revisited too much. I look back in terms of the Red King and what did the Red King represent, because as we read the books, we're asked the question by Alice, and we need to pay attention to it. Was it the Red King that was dreaming, or was it Alice who was dreaming? So, whose dream was it? And yes, the pondering that. Pondering. So yeah, that's the greater significance of that, and we were always meant to figure it out if Paul was replaced, but we had to have a greater context for it. And well, there's no greater context than flat Earth. The dodo representing the divided state of Earth, right? Post-destruction, so the new face, it's the disc on top of the back of the elephant, on top of the turtle, and it also represents a divided state of us, made from self from self, God divided, this G-O-D-O-D. The sun is the divided form. So all of these connections have been made and fitting into the greater significance as well. Emma Ryder says, check out the lyrics to Transformation by the Tragically Hip, or the video. The name itself, never heard of them. The name itself sounds interesting. I think there's lots of clues. So he says, Transformation 2 is a profound hip tune, great lyrics. I don't listen to any music really these days, unless something comes my way now. But yeah, I think the clues are everywhere now, and especially these days. When they do catch a tune here or there, it's along the lines of what I've been thinking, and more ultimately, of course, is this reunification, this new era, this new time. Better shoot off. The good thing is, StreamYard resets every month, so from tomorrow on, I'll have another 20 hours. So what are we at already? 5 hours again. Fucking hell. In a way, nothing covered, but in another way, well, it's covered. Sorry if I missed out on any questions or anyone wanted to join in chat. My bad. Don't worry about that. It is what it is. 24th of May, and scrolling back, is the Queen's birthday. Where's the Queen these days? Corona Crown Authority. Well, other than that, well, you're the crown. The crown is yours, Emerald Rider, if you choose to wear it. Take the sword from the stone. You've got to, well, Were we given dominion of this earth? Is it our own? And has it been taken and hijacked from us? Well, of course it has. We've been told the systems possible cartoon spinning ball within the greater heliocentric, galactic, and universal model. So we couldn't have been taken further from the truth. So the crown, maybe the queen was just holding place, waiting for you to step forth, as you know, well, and in all earnest. And what does it mean? Well, we can chat about that, but I declare myself King of Ireland on the grounds that we are all the highest authority on this land. Because the waters that are invading this unnatural setting that we've been placed on the illusion is broken. So that's just a representation of that, and it's by no means to be taken. They'll use the terms lightly. What does it mean to be king or queen? What of might? Because automatically, when you use those terms, a certain picture is presented to the hearer. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I mean in a much greater sense. You know what I mean. I know you've been listening anyway. And when we talk about everything coming down to the star, the S-tar, tar is at the very center of Aristarchus. Arise, tar, Cus. C-H-U-S is a shortened version of the name Christ in Jesus in Spanish. But C-H-us. So at the beginning of Christ, C-H-R-I-S-T, or the church is C-H-R-U-C-H. So there's a significance in the letter C-H. What would it represent? Well, yeah, that's where we have been cajoled, I guess, bamboozled. We've been fed a narrative of the origins of everything, with fundamentally the language as well. And it's a hodgepodge, a mishmash of different influences throughout, you know, undocumented time. Ultimately, everything means nothing, and there's no ultimate connection outside of what happenstance. But no, if it's the exact opposite, well, then that greater context was always meant to be arrived at, right, or considered. That's the way it's written. So yeah, does the Queen really represent? That's the question. I know Diana represented ISIS. I know that Diana was a fake death. I suspect a lot of Jimmy Savile stuff, fake death, fakery, more horror sort of film noir sort of stuff. But there are real horrors that do go on. So I'm not quite sure of what levels there are, but I'm sure that everything we've been presented is theatre. So yeah. Anyway, these are different topics, so just as I'm ending the show, I'm not going to dwell on talking about it. Pete, there is a video of a fish that creates the Aristarchus pattern. It's quite amazing. Wow, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's the same. It's the same core at the heart of everything. The way I look at it. And again, I'm just reading the story. When I talk about these different connections, I could lay them all out. You know what I mean, in a systematic way, and in an organized way, in a considered way. That's what I talk about when I say I read about 5 books once, because there's so much information. And I talk openly here, not with any fixed agenda. It's not with any sort of fixed topic to push across. You know, I always talk about the same. I think it gets back to the same thing, but yeah, I don't prepare anything, or I'm not trying to sort of sell anything or wanting anybody to see what I see, but just pointing out the more obvious sort of clues or pointers towards the same inexorable conclusion as it's been laid out, and as far as I can make of it up to this point. So yeah, do it yourself, man. Eye of stars. Keep going. Keep going. There's so many different. I think you were in the military at some stage. I'm a writer, but if you weren't, there's I think it's of the Air Force. It's the I'll say it again. It's their motto, their logo, and it ultimately revolves around Aristarchus. You'll find Aristarchus. I'd have to look at it now exactly what it is. Ad Astra. I think it's actually taken from a quote from one of Homer's, Homer. I was talking about us being Honse, and how that encapsulates or incorporates us in terms of straight lines and curves, or in terms of the 0 and the 1. But yeah, I'd have to refresh my brain and all that now. It's too late for that. Okay. Sorry for not going to the chat earlier. So, yeah, Emerald Riley, if you're interested, Chris Cornell, do your own investigation. And I'll tell you, that's just my. I'm going to say it's more than suspicion. I'm pretty sure Jeff Buckley played Chris Cornell. Both are said to be dead. But if you want to do your own further investigation into that, I don't believe at this point there's anyone else on Earth doing it. And if there are, I haven't heard about it anyway. And I would be surprised if there was, only because there's so many actors, like Dallas Goldberg, for instance, plenty of good golden nuggets he gives, but when it comes to personal connections, you're led sort of astray down a blind alleyway. But when it comes to Jeff Buckley and Chris Cornell, yeah, I don't believe that it would be because as far as I'm concerned, no one's made that equation. And me, I've settled that it is the case based on really, you might say, very slim or very vague notions. But it's set. It's set because I heard it. I heard the restriction, and I also know somewhat about Jeff Buckley as well. So yeah, do yourself a favor, man, for your own curiosity anyway, and see if there's any validity to it. And if there is, maybe present a video. You'd be first in the earth, I should think. But I think the greater significance would be seeing through the symbolic nature of it all. In a sense, the second coming is referenced. That's what I think straight away. And Chris Cornell died at 52 as well, which is 26 and 26. So there's so much. What do you call it? So yeah, Tominoid. Thank you for that. And what I just found out about Jupiter there. I should look in exactly where I pinpointed that Jupiter was a reflection of the moon, what aspect of it was, because I found it definitely. This is once you see the pattern, then you're sort of aware of the greater placement, I guess, what you're considering everything in relation to, which is the reflected mirror sky ultimately, and everything representing reflection of like core central projection, I guess. Yeah, I spot it, but sure. The time is short now. We are the 20th, then the 12th. So tomorrow should be a big day. I'm not sure if you want to. None of the main flat earthers promoting IPS and his online 2020 flat earth conference. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But it's there, and when I leave here now, I'll probably tune in. Hopefully, he's broadcasting, and we had a great chat the other night. I hope he what do you call it? He recorded it, but even if he didn't, it's okay. And people don't like chatting to me because I speak from I speak my mind, because I've nothing to gain or nothing to lose. And if you're willing to chat to me, knowing that, I'm going to speak like this, well then, you're going to have to be open to be put into awkward situations, which he was a few times, but that's okay. But if he is on broadcasting, I'd certainly recommend listening in, which is I'm from the Plain Radio IPS. It should be on YouTube if he's broadcasting the Flat Earth conference, although I think it's probably a pay-per-view thing, so maybe it will come out in bits and drips and drabs. Yeah. On that note, maybe I'll get away with it on this very simple song. I think he got away with this picture paints 1,000 words, and why can't I paint you? These words will never show. I've come to know if a face could launch 1,000 ships, then where am I to go? There's no harm but what's left me to. And when my life is running dry, you come and pour yourself on me. If a man could be two places at one time, I'd be with you tomorrow and today, beside all the way. If the earth should suddenly come spinning slowly down to die, I'd spend the end with you. And when the world is free, when one by one stars will and now would simply Okay, friends. Love to all friends. Good night. Have a nice day.